All right. We are live with a mid-season draft like absolute animals. All right, let's see what we can do about Let's get put that in. Why is this not updating here? Weird. I don't know why it's not updating this. Hmm. This isn't very lively. Let's see if I can get a trade going. So I'm doing it on my phone here. It's a little bit faster. I'm gonna propose Stiley. See if you'll go for 105 for 112 and 201. And I'll kick back 1005. See if he goes for that. I'll actually open a whole new sleeper tab so I can do it here as well. Mute that. Let's see. So I've got a couple trades out right now. So that's, I want to withdraw that one. And I'll withdraw that one as well. So down to this, just this one. I would have liked to have gotten Jaden Daniels. What you're going to see with this is if I pull up the war chart, so if we go 3-year war average, oh man, it changed. That sucks. So when I looked earlier, we had 4 running backs, and the running back line was above every other line for the whole way. And that's not the case anymore, which sucks. But I mean, it's still pretty high. It's above wide receivers until like 32. That's really dumb. Not gonna lie. Be very sad. I got bullied into dropping a running back off of this. So no one's sending me trades. So with this, I mean, wide receiver 1 is just down here compared to the rest of it. It's kind of crazy. This is this year. QBs, running backs. Is that Kamara? Sure is. Derrick Henry, Saquon, Kyron. So to their credit, the wide receivers are mattering. Rashid Shaheed, that's crazy. Actually makes a lot of sense. That is one thing I need to make sure I prioritize. So let's find those players. I need to find all the people that actually handle punt returns. and kick returns and have actual roles. So like Debo does it. Jaden Reed doesn't do it, but he's gonna make my list. There's Shaheed. Mooney's gonna make my list for sure. Wandale will make my list. It's interesting to see the pre-season ADP here. Juju's gonna be a good shout. Lazard's gonna be a good shout. We get real gross down here, huh? I'm on the clock. Mahomes goes. I have very little interest in taking a QB here. If I were gonna do it, it'd probably be Hurts. Literally, give me any trades, guys. I want to move back. Let's try here. Draft pick 105. Draft pick 111. Draft pick 202. Draft pick 1005. And then let's get some other ones out there. A 110, sure. A 109. One 108. This is where you start to not have great options here. Now you almost want back of the second. Back of the second doesn't get top of the third though. That's because I hate third round reversals, man. Okay, I gotta start thinking about what I'm gonna do if I can't get someone to accept a trade. Fuck, man, I do not want to draft here. 105 is such a shitty position to draft out of. I wanted top 3 or back. Because back, I can justify taking one of these receivers. Jeez, I don't know what to do here. Where's Shane? He's going to be busy at the moment, but Like, who else could I get here? 201 and 301 wouldn't be bad. I could also move back and just pick up a pick. See, this is the sort of thing, this is where you're kind of picking a direction where you're either going to draft, you're going to like be aggressive and draft the I don't know where I was going with that. You're gonna be aggressive and draft the studs and try and compete, or you're going to draft. You're gonna push back and get some rebuild stuff. Let me help Stiley here. Am I bold enough to draft a receiver here? And if so, who? Am I bold enough to draft a running back here? Gotta be careful not to hit the wrong thing. You definitely still want to build it with running backs heavy. I'm going to do heavy running backs. Um, okay, search players. Gibson. Literally nothing. Okay. Blackshear. Again, literally nothing. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get anyone to bite. In which case, I either take Jettas or one of the other receivers. Do you take Neighbors? Neighbors does not come back. Shane probably drafts Neighbors at 7. Um, I know for sure I'm not drafting Stroud. But like, I don't see the need to go elite QB anymore, especially in this type of a league. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it with a Russian QB. But ideally, I could like to do that with like Kyler or even someone else who's further down. Justin Fields is a real contender for quarterback I want to draft. Sam Darnold, obviously, on that list as well. Just crazy, dude. I think I am going to punt QB a little bit. I'm not so bold as to take a running back at 5 overall, but I also don't think it's like the most absurd thing ever. No one's fighting. Oh, I got a 105 for 108 straight up. Why would I do that? 105 for 108 and an extra 8. Try that. How long had that been sitting there? 4 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, I'm sitting here mauling when I could have been actually doing something. It's not going to auto me. And if it did, I just undo it, but it's not going to auto me. 5. I send a first. Ooh, I don't love that. 5, 4, and a first for moving back 4 spots, picking up a 204. It's a first second swap. So I move up 2 rounds to get the 204. I don't hate it. Honestly, this should do it. I'll do it. I'll do a I'll do this. Second, third. Do a second, third swap. They tagging me? No, they're not. See who takes it. pretty good value. That's what, the 92 overall pick? That's not nothing. To move back 3 spots. Now I can feel a lot better about taking a positional player here. I'm talking to Eagle Eye Foley right now on my phone. Okay, let's send 108, and he sends me back 204. So I'm moving back 8 spots. Let's ask for the 304, and we'll give him back a 6. Six feels about right. Let's try that. Burrow. Fascinating. Hurts is falling. Could you imagine if I almost considered taking Hurts at 5 and he's there at 8? That would be literally insane. The thing is, I still don't think I'd take it. I think that I would still. I mean, I think even if Hurts is there, I think I still try to move back. And I think that I still try to. And I think I still take a positional player over Hurts. We'll see if we can do anything interesting here. Shane's on the clock. I'm curious to see. I think he's going to take Malik Neighbors, but I could see him taking Jettas or Lamb or Chase. Maybe even Nico. I don't know. I don't know. So for anyone who's watching this and thinking, why the hell are we doing 10 minutes per pick? Because it's like such an awkward interval where you have to be paying some attention, but you're waiting forever between picks. It's because some people, like Shane, is streaming right now with Scott, and like Stiley is having his daughter's birthday party. So not only is it a 10-minute clock, but it's also no autos. So if it runs out of time, we just wait. Eventually, when I see all green dots, we will just speed it up to 2 minutes. Yeah. They're gonna get so tired of me. Start working that angle. I wonder if Grasso would do anything with this. He's already proven he's willing to do the jump up thing. He really wanted Stroud. That's what I just learned. Which probably tells me that he's probably not looked at the war if he valued Stroud that highly. Especially over like a Hurts. Let's see if he'll give me a 4 to move back like almost an entire round. See if he'll do that. It feels like not enough, but I'll take it. You can react. That's funny. I want to react to this. How do I? Oh, it's probably only in mobile because everything fun is in mobile. Um, how do I? How did he do that? I'm super interested in how he did that. Oh, you know what? Maybe you did it in here. No, I didn't do it. I don't know. That's super interesting. Wait, why is he saying? Why is he crying? What? Huh? Okay. Shane's on, but he's almost for sure like streaming right now. See, this is going to make me have an uncomfortable conversation here, where if I have to make this pick, neighbors is up here somewhere. Like probably something like that. Nico's up there. Like maybe like there. What do we got? Stay put for that price. A 2 and a 3 for a 6. Open to counters. Who else can I try and get? See if I can move back to 6. I am super interested by what Shane does. I think he picks one of these 3 players. I could see him taking Hurts too, though. Or A-Rich, maybe, or Love. I could see him taking Love. Let's see if I can trade with Shane. Doop-a-doo. 108, or 206, and 306. And I'll give you back a 405. So I move back around and up around. Give him a 4. Give him a 5. Try that. Who else can I trade with? Let's try maybe Nathan. I don't know. I want to move much further back than 207. The war says that you should go with like super heavy running backs. Just get the difference making ones. It's very challenging to balance like the idea of like going for the war versus going for dynasty value. An 8 felt like a lot to give up to move up 3 spots, but I'm happy you took it. What you gonna do, Shane? I can see him taking Gibbs maybe, or Brees, or Bijan, or something. All right, we are in time's up mode. Not a lot to be done at the moment. And I don't hate like moving back in this sort of a league, mostly from like a standpoint of like it's such a deep league. It's a start 11, I think. Is that what we ended up on? Oh, we got another one done. I'm just gonna send Tyler everything I want. Tyler's easy to trade with. I like Tyler. You're my bestie, Tyler. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Start 11. Okay. He got his own pick back. Very funny. Very, very funny. Let's see. Let's go on the Discord. Go here. Go here. $12 by $11. Superflex. 2.0 tight end premium. Juice. RB scoring. 0.5 reception bonus. 0.15 first down bonus. 0.05 PPC. And return yards. Startup. Can I do shift enter and not have it send? Sweet. Lead number 2. Give 108. Get 205 and 408. I gave up another pick, didn't I? I gave up a 5. Wait, what did I not give up something? Did I just do that for... I didn't give up something. That's insane. Can't believe he accepted that. We're just vibing. Shane's still in time's up mode. See in the Discord or on YouTube? Sure, it says in announcements. Not in the drive. Let's see about YouTube.
Whoever's there, draft one of them. But what's more likely to happen, I'll move back 3 spots, and then they'll still all 3 be there, which would probably be the best bet. I might just tell people that I want to, if I can move back 1, I will take nearly anything to move.
Or move back 2. Yeah, because all 3 that you mentioned sound like good prizes.
Ooh,
If you're ranking those right now yourself,
whatever it is he's doing, not for a first and a running back.
Wide receiver 4th in my
startup draft. And
if anything, I'm leaning into this. You got plenty of back.
Scott, my question to you was, as I'm looking at WAR in this startup draft that I'm doing right now, Midseason Degenerates Part 2. Looking at the WAR for this year, Jamar Chase is absolutely, I don't know, blowing them out of the box is the word I'm looking for, but he is he's well ahead of Justin Jefferson. I'm not going quarterback. Everyone else went quarterback. Patrick Mahomes in the first, which I believe is a mistake, as I talked about on the last Shane says a week and a half ago. Check it out. So what would you go, Justin Jefferson, or would you go Jamar Chase, or Malik Neighbors? It's too cute going Malik Neighbors, isn't it?
That's what I was thinking.
Jefferson or
it's too cute.
Wait, so you can't do any trading or anything, Shane? You have to.
You could. I mean, I'm on the clock. Like in a perfect world, I'd move back 3 spots.
Sure.
Whoever's there, draft one of them. But what's more likely to happen, I'll move back 3 spots, and then they'll still all 3 be there, which would probably be the best bet. I might just tell people that I want to, if I can move back 1, I will take nearly anything to move.
Or move back 2. Yeah, because all 3 that you mentioned sound like good prizes.
This is my
for me. If you're ranking those right now yourself, were removed. Jefferson, Chase, Neighbors.
I legitimately don't even know. I would think it would be Jefferson, Neighbors, Chase, right? I think that's how it goes. I think so, but it's really hard to pass up on what Neighbors is done.
Scott's asking, can you sell your soul to get 2 3?
That's hard. How do you not go, oh shit? And again, it's not a nonstop infinite ceiling. Like there is a stop. It's not like he's going to go, well, he scored 20 points as a rookie. So that means he's scoring 40 points as a sophomore or as a second year guy. It is start 3 running backs in this league. I checked out the WAR before. Yeah. Neighbors is Jefferson 2.0. You guys aren't helping me here. Jefferson, Chase, Neighbors is how Drew has it. I don't know.
That's how I would have it. Jefferson and then Chase, Neighbors 1A, 1 or 2A, 2B for me anyway. But Neighbors just looks different. I mean, he looks like Chase the way he runs routes, but everything about him, man, if you look at it, it's like he's gonna be a stupid asset for a long time. Raven stats. What's up?
Mind you, he's not playing again this week. That's neither here nor there.
It's fine. This is Dynasty, even though it is a day trading game. 3 hammers from Did you want to say something again, Shane?
The crowd's really confusing me, man. It's very non-committal on this. Very, very non-committal. Go ahead. Sorry, you go. We have a show to do. Come on, let's focus.
No, you're fine.
I got ice cream to eat. Let's go.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm gonna pull this down. How was your day, Shane?
It was a good day. Good day.
Yeah, normal day. Dunkin' Donuts in the morning.
Dunkin' Donuts. We had a team building event. You know, we got out of work early. We got off Monday for Indigenous Peoples Day. So that's great. So a long weekend.
Yeah. So you were contributing to society today.
Yeah, I was a contributing member. Yeah. Yep. That was very good. Good human.
Yeah, I was. I should have paid out as opposed to getting paid today, but we'll roll with it. Raven stats. Thank you for the 3 hammers. He says, pay to brag, but mostly to show that sticking with the process yields results.
Right.
Love it. Take advantage of her to say he's down. Aim trade BCJ, Penix, Purdy, Pittman. What is this? Okay.
He was paying the brag. He literally said he was paying the brag.
He was paying to brag, and he filled out the Google forms for these hammers. So buymeacoffee.com/raisin5.
He's just bragging. He's literally just bragging. He gave up Brees Hollywood a 25 first. Someone wanted Treylon Burks they counted Treylon Burks as a usable asset. And he got Neighbors, JJ McCarthy, Brian Thomas Jr., Penix, Purdy, Pittman, London, and then every second and third from here till 2040. So yeah, that's a pay to brag. Whoever you dealt with, I mean, obviously this is because they feel Stroud is elite and they think Brees is gonna go back to what he was last year when he had that run where he was scoring like 17, 20 points a game. But that's a lot to pay, man. So you definitely won that. I mean, look, you got Neighbors and Brian Thomas.
Mute that for a second. If he takes it down, I will unmute to hear what they're talking about.
And it's a trade offer, and it says such and such plus 5 assets. It's basically The Walking Dead, or what is it? No, what is it? Frickin' anyway, lame duck. It's a lame duck trade. So this is so much stuff. Basically, who wants what? Let's slim this down. Raven, obviously you're destroying this league, and a couple others from your hammer donations. Thank you very much, but tighten it up. Let's be chill. Let's figure out what we want to do and strategize a little bit more. I suppose, like Shane, you and I would screw up and throw in like an amazing asset.
I wouldn't even think about making an offer like this to someone because I'm afraid they would come drive by and punch me in the face. You know what I mean? And I mean, honestly, if I sent that offer to someone, they would be in the right if they wanted to just come and dick punch me. So yeah, no, the fact that you pulled that off is incredible.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to one from the crowd. We got a couple starred here. This is cool. Alex Cullen says, joining from Northern Ireland, so
started from 39 minutes ago, 39-ish minutes of Dynasty trades. Interesting.
Cheers from this country, America. Dad 30. Well, look who made it for a live stream. As you said, Dad. Yeah,
Dad.
He's a dad.
He can't make the Tuesday streams anymore. I feel you, buddy. 9 o'clock is crazy late.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and it feels way later than 8:45 right now to me, and people can hear that in my voice. Let's go to Gnome Child. Got us a hammer. This is a 12-team Superflex PPR, no tight end premium, start 10. Cousins, Levis, Minshew at quarterback, ETN, CMC, Mason, Connor, Chuba Hubbard, and Dobbins at running back. Pittman, Kirk, Mooney.
Shane has no idea what to do.
And Trash at wide receiver. Kelsey, Bowers at tight end. Has a 25 first.
He has no idea. But he is going with one of these 3, like I kind of predicted he might.
Way to turn over some of the older gentlemen on my team. It's a mid-activity league, and he says converting to rebuild.
So I picked up a 205. So I've got 205, 208. I'd like to pick up another second.
Start 10, no type of
Because let's
rotation.
think about this. So like the let's think about the 12 best assets in this league, right?
Sorry.
People are gonna be
convincing people to buy
yeah,
all
I
people.
see what he,
people are gonna be dynasty filled, right? They're going to pick Mahomes and Stroud and Burrow, even though it doesn't fit the format. It's gonna happen. Okay. So taking that into account, all right, we're gonna have more quarterbacks go off the board. Shane, we know, is taking one of these 3 elite receivers. Okay. So Shane takes, let's just call it Neighbors, because I feel like he's gonna end up taking Neighbors and he's gonna regret it, but he's gonna do it. Yeah, so Shane will probably take Neighbors or one of the other 2, right? Oh, he didn't say Lamb, he said Chase. So one of these 4 he'll take. Let's just say that the other 3 get taken, right? 1, 2, 3. 111, 112. Maybe someone takes Hurts or Caleb or A-Rich. Like, there's no way that they're going to just keep on taking all of the quality players. I can start making a decision around 205 or a little bit before 205 whether or not I want to push in. If I'm pushing in, then I'm going to draft, whoever of this tier is still healthy, right? And or maybe some running backs and stuff like that. Yeah, and this ADP is just not at all going to be helpful. But yeah, the other because the other option, right, is you just keep on trading back and you take Nico at 205 and you take Rice or Puka at 208 and you take Rice at 308 and you build for next year, right? It's not absurd. I want to look at, since we have time, let's look at this direct message first. Never know. Okay. So let's look at, is there a way? Unfortunately, there's not a good way to filter by points. This is points per game. Oh, this is projected. I need stats. 24 season. Where is Shahid? I was told he was good. Where is he? His war was good. Is it? Oh, it's not sorted. That's why. Here we go. 103. Okay. Above Jetta's. That's absurd. Let's look at it. 28, 21, 0, 28, 25. So with missing a week, he's 3rd. So let's do this math. So it's 1 point every 7.5 yards for that. So we've got what's the difference between this returning and this returning? Nothing. Okay. 33 plus 75 plus 38 divided by 7.5. So he's gotten 20 points just from his He's gotten 20 points just from the return yardage so far over the course of the season. Not bad, but not league winning. But it's not bad because that's over the course of what, 3 games he accumulated those points. So you got like an extra like touchdown worth of points 3 times because of his kick returning. I don't know why he didn't take returns in the Dallas game. But let's see if we can find anyone else based on this. He's taken a couple of returns, but he hasn't taken them out, maybe. Who else? Juwan Jennings. It's because of this stupid thing. The rest of us have been pretty mid. Debo. He's had a couple returns, 21 and 52. Brian Thomas are doing any returns? He is not. CD's certainly not, right? Yeah. It's Mooney. Mooney is not. It's JSN. He's kind of guessed like the fast guys. Wandale. Marv certainly not, right? It's our Pierce. Pierce isn't. I think Rice took 1 or 2. No? Just going to keep on guessing and being wrong. Ray McLeod is high. Yeah, McLeod's taking some return work. Let's make sure we get him on our list. Where are you, McLeod? There you are, buddy. Missed you. Get him on the list. He's not a nothing burger, right? I mean, McLeod has 63 points on the year. 16's good. 7's bad. 9's bad. 16's good. 12 is acceptable. This is, keep in mind, wide receiver 3 flex territory, right? So Ray McLeod, nothing bad. Better than frickin' Zay Flowers. Tyreek Hill. It's absurd. Myers isn't taking any, right? I think it's Tucker. Flowers isn't taking any. No. Turpin is for sure. Turpin's gotten about 90 yards. Was 90 by 7.5. 12. So like 4 points in each of the games that he's in a kick return.
Eyeballs or 594 people, depending on how you want to look at it. They've already hit the like, and they're watching us on a Friday night. We're all, Shane, what does that say about us? We were talking Dynasty Fantasy Football, 8:53 p.m. on a Friday.
They're about done. He'll make a pick soon, and then we'll get rolling a little bit faster. Okay. Oh man, I was looking over here. Shoot. Stats, season. Oh, we can do all. So Allen is up near the top. Oh wait, no, he's not. Lamar, Kamara, Baker Mayfield, surprisingly high. He's been taking some rushes. $37, $22, $11, $33, $30. Yeah, I might just be fine taking Baker. Oh, where's Baker? Where's Baker? There you are, Baker. Hi, Baker. Purdy's not bad either. Well, load for me. So why would it? Purdy, Smith, Henry, Kittle. Kittle has an extra game, so that's not super fair. Same with Purdy. Same with Gino. Kyron, Allen, Darnold, Kyler, Saquon, Chase, Prescott, Collins, Mason, Fields. Not nothing. 13, 13, 21, 34, 20. He's getting better too. I'd like to go after Fields in this sort of a league. Stroud, it's not horrible. 100. Cousins has 98. Hubbard. I mean, like, these are all decent assets. Let's look for one that's like surprising. What's surprising up here? Nick's at 82 is a little surprising. Not crazy surprising though. Watson at 78. Tucker Craft at 72. Dobbins. Wandale. Marv only at 69. He's had like one good week and two serviceable weeks for what the capital you have to invest in him. What was Rice doing before he went down? 17, 18, 29. Yeah. Just silly. Average 31, 15, 7, 5. I don't really want anything to do with A-Rich, if I'm honest. They're done. What's my StreamYard link? Let's do this. All right, Shane, you're done streaming. Come on. Been streaming for an hour and we're at 107. And I've made no picks and I made 2 trades. Honestly, that's the way I like it. Startups are so fun, man. So you don't need to do hold on. Share screen, entire screen, and we're not going to share system audio. I feel like once we get going, it'll be quicker. So, like, I know that Hillbillies, Super Daddy-O, they're both, like, around. Like, we've got these guys that are all kind of popping in and out. I haven't seen Stiley really pop in yet, but there's a good chance that he will soon. I think his daughter's party will be close to done maybe soon. So there's not a ton of rush because we're gonna get stuck at Stiley anyways. If not, like Goat Child or Will Sway, because I don't know, I've seen them either. Yes, I have no desire to be at the 107, frankly. Yeah, the issue with Shane wanting to move in would be his next pick, other than the 8, is the 5. I'm sure he's already asking about the 8, but I don't know that Tyler's going to do it for anything substantial. But Shane said he doesn't really need anything substantial. He just doesn't want to make the pick, which is kind of where I was at. But I've traded out of it twice. We have 3 extra picks from just trading out of the first round. Granted, I would rather they were all here in the second round, but unfortunately, it just wasn't happening. Couldn't figure out a way to do it. One of these days, I will figure out like the best way to split a trade like that. Because I was trying earlier to like trade the 105 for like the 202, the 204, and the 211 or something like that, and then just like have everything like just work out that way. Ooh.
Oh, hey there.
What's up? I'm gonna put you in my headphones so that you don't get feedback. Hold on. There we go. What's up?
What's going on?
Just vibing, waiting for Shane to make his pick.
Yeah, he's been spamming offers out. So
yeah. I was watching the end of their stream, trying to get a gauge for when he was gonna do it. I kind of figured what was going through his head was the same as mine. Is like we're in this awkward range where we don't want to take any of these QBs because they're not really worth this capital. But it's like it feels too early to take one of these wide receivers.
I mean, I was in the same spot, right? Because like we were trying to trade, and I'm like, all right, if I get this pick, I'm just gonna take Jefferson. Like I don't want Stroud or like not at this, right? I can do better than that.
For sure. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I mean, probably shouldn't share too much, but I'm at the 205. So I mean,
I picked right before you, so
you have 2 picks right before me, yeah. But just trying to. I'm probably gonna punt QB. I really wanted to get into the top 3 and get JD, but it was not meant to be.
Yeah, I know. My startup going into when I had a startup going into this last season, it was like in the exact same spot, picking 9th. I traded up to 4 because Allen had slipped.
Mm-hmm.
And so I snagged him. And then I didn't have a 2nd, 4th, 8th, I think I used.
Yeah.
And it was just like, and my build at the end of it was like, all right, we're gonna have the productive struggle because this is, this didn't work out.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of in a spot where I'm thinking about a couple of different paths. It kind of depends on how the end of this first round goes. But I mean, if people just keep on spamming QB, then I might get away with some highway robbery. But it sounds like you and Shane are both going to take receivers here, so probably won't get too carried away.
I was at when it was still the 4 running backs. I looked at this and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be like running." Like I was gonna take all the running backs up top and just like, "All right, now what?" Like
Yeah,
go complete
I looked
weird.
at the war before when it was 4 versus now when it's 3, and it's like it's
Yeah, they're
just so
all about
much
even
less
now.
it's so much less inspiring at 3. Like literally before, this blue line was above every other position from the start to the end, which is just insane. But
This is weird. Why does yours look different than mine? I can.
this is the 3-year average. Are you what site are you going through?
I'm on South Harmon.
Ah, that is interesting though that they would be different. So this is my
Yeah.
war per game.
Can you see mine?
Here I could add it here.
Yeah, you see how mine's different? I got all the running backs are all way higher.
That's your multi-year. So
Yeah.
that'd be like this one. Interesting.
So even with the 3, I still have the running backs higher.
Yeah, mine
It's just a
mine
slight tier
looked
break where it's
more
close to the top, but
like yours before, and
yeah.
now QBs have passed them at the top at the front end, and then the wide receivers catch up right around 32. But
Yeah, that's about the same. It's just weird this first kind of bracket's so different.
yeah, that's interesting. Do you have yours like here, I'll put mine back up there. Do you have like for this year so far?
Mine does include this year.
Yeah,
No, it does not. I'm sorry.
it does not. Okay.
Yeah, mine's
Yeah,
just
'cause
mine's 2019 through 23, and then I did weeks 1 through 15. I got rid of the last 2 weeks.
nice. Yeah, so I got this is this year's war in this league. So the QBs are slightly above the running backs. Lamar, Jordan
Oh,
Love,
he did
surprisingly.
something. He took
Flacco.
neighbors.
I thought he was going to. He was talking on stream about whether he should take Jettas or Chase or Neighbors or Lamb.
Like
All
I
right,
said,
maybe
he
he
was
didn't say
really
Lamb.
trying for mine, and my guess was like he was going to take both, or at least attempt to.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty happy with the return I got. I mean, I got the 205 and the
Oh yeah,
the
no,
205, the
definitely.
408, and the 808. But yeah, Tyler's like the only one other than you that was really giving me anything back in the way of like counters or anything. He didn't even counter actually. He just accepted my first deal both times, which is pretty fun.
Saquon.
I like
Okay.
it. I can respect it. Saquon is going to be a war difference making player. He's
Well, I just think like based on, I guess he has Stroud and Saquon, right? And now he
mhm.
has no picks until the 3rd round.
Yeah,
So is he going to have enough
that's pretty
around
brutal
it to, get the war value out of having Saquon this year?
for
Like that's where
sure.
I
Yeah,
was at making that pick.
yeah, that's tough. You going Jettas here?
Yeah.
Solid. All right.
If we're being honest, like I didn't think he was going to fall that far. But then again, I also didn't see like Burrow or even like with all the talk that's been going on in the Discord about Mahomes, him going
Yeah,
4th was kind of crazy.
yeah. I think we have maybe a couple of fish in this league, which nothing wrong with that. But yeah, like 4 through 6, I don't think any of those 3 players should have gone that high. I think that the top 3 were the correct 3 players, but not the order I would have taken them in personally.
I think I mean, I have Lamar and Daniels close. I still have Allen ahead just because he's
Yeah,
done it
okay,
longer.
sure.
And the fact of what he's doing this year with that team, like he's team proof for me. Like, you'd assume that Daniels is going to get more talent around him moving forward, right? They'll
Right.
probably draft some guys and, do some stuff.
And an
But
O-line maybe.
yeah. Um,
For me,
but
it's like
there's also a good chance that he's just Kyler,
sure.
you know?
Yeah, which would fit with the same OC, but
Right. And it's like there's nothing wrong with being Kyler.
right.
But like I think we're seeing the same boon for him that we saw with Stroud last year. But I think Daniels is, because of the rushing advantage, he does get, I'd see him get be able to hold his value a little more. I mean, this being a 6-point, right? Stroud's probably fine, but
Sure. Yeah. But we've got PPC, we've got points for first down yardage. That's gonna matter on
no,
your
strong
QBs.
agree.
Yeah. I think for me, you flip Lamar and Allen. I think Lamar goes 101, and then Daniels and Allen. If I was like drafting it like objectively, now if I had the 101, I'd probably take Jaden Daniels because I'm a sucker. But I think those are the correct 3 up there. I'm surprised Hurts is still on the board, to be honest.
I have him on a rebuilder, and no one wants him.
Yeah,
I cannot trade him for anything.
it's kind of funny because I was thinking about it. Like when I moved back, at 5 I was thinking about taking him. And I was like, I just don't feel good about it. And traded back to 8. And I was thinking, when Shane was on the clock, I was thinking about it. I was like, if Hurts fell to 8, would I even take him? And the answer was still no. I didn't feel good about taking any of the elite receivers that high. So I was like, I'll just trade out of it.
I'm hoping one of these 3 guys makes it their problem, because if he comes back around at 204, it's one of those, like, just from a pure value perspective, you
should
have
do
to
it.
take him.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not really what I want, but
Right. I got caught into that like Bijan's rookie year. I was doing a startup, and Bijan fell to like 208 or something like that, and that was like a full round past ADP. And I was just like, you got to take him. And I ended up taking him and not being super happy about it, but it was what it was.
I get stuck in that all the time. In my home redraft league, I end up drafting Nico, Stroud, and Tank Dell, because he was still there in the 6th, and I'm like he can't be here. Like, I think this is too much value to pass up.
Right.
It's like I get this like super stack in a redraft league, which useless.
Yeah, I'm not even tagging anyone on the clock, because until we have like more green dots in here, there's just no point.
No, agreed.
Yeah. I'm not gonna fault someone for doing it like one time, but because like I think like Stiley is still at like his daughter's party, so we probably got some time, because that 1-2 turn might not happen right away.
It has started in the chat though. Hit him with the OTC.
Yeah, that's why I said it. Yeah. Yeah, that same league that I took the Bijan in the startup.
Yeah.
I traded out of my first round pick. I think I had 102, and I just like wheeled and dealed, because we had like, for some reason we decided to like wait like 3 weeks between when we filled the league and when we drafted the startup, and we had like so we had so much time to like trade around the board. I was just wheeling and dealing all over the place. I ended up with 4 second-round picks in the startup.
There you go.
And I don't know that the name of that team is called Championship of Theseus, because I don't have any of the players that I drafted anymore. Well, I have a few. I have like Kyler. I drafted Kyler and I still have him on my team. But like there's very, very few that started on my team, are still on my team, and have been on my team the entire time. There's plenty of players that I drafted, traded away, and then have made their way back to me in the space of the last year, which is insane. It's always so interesting looking at this this start of season ADP and being like, wow, this is not even close to where you got to value them now.
It was funny because like normally it's like a quick reference. You can just look down and be like, all right, like my next pick, like right now, it's like it's in between, Richardson and Marv. And I'm like,
Right.
well, never taking Richardson there. So.
Right. That's way high for Richardson right now. I was just looking back through like the point totals for the year so far. It's kind of interesting the things that you'll see. But like Baker is QB2 on the year.
Yeah, I love that in this format. Rashid Shaheed's a top 10 wide receiver.
Correct. Yeah. I'm hoping that not a lot of people notice that, so I have a chance at drafting him. It'd be sweet.
Another reason why I was like, with the 4 running backs, I was doing all sorts of research. Give me all the Raheem Blackshear shares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was looking at him and he's not been that impressive this year, unfortunately. He's
for a guy who gets
66.
literally 0 offensive snaps.
Right. Correct. Yeah, like that first week he had 204 kick return yards, and you get a point for every 7.5 yards. That's not the right app. 204 by 7.5. Just insane.
Yeah, it's like CPAT, like all those kind of guys become, interesting mid-round picks.
Right, and that's entirely why I did it that way, because I knew that we were gonna. I mean, there's gonna be scarcity at running back for sure. I'm curious to see how the market adjusts, because obviously in Dynasty you're normally not paying much of a premium for running backs, but I could see, some pretty mid running backs going for firsts in this league. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and like it's the PPR scam guys. It's like the guys who have very fringe like in a bye week I might flex them. All of a sudden it's like, hey, this guy might be worth something.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I'll say it just because I'm not gonna try and be cagey with it. We got plenty of time, but like Justice Hill is someone I'm going to be thinking about. Like that's a solid play in a format like this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But that's probably
like a startable like RB2 type.
Yeah, and I've been starting him in plenty of leagues, and even some contending leagues. So that's just how I build my running back rooms normally.
Yeah.
But I've gotten rewarded for it this year. But he's been on my team for the last 2 or 3 years in a lot of my contending teams.
It's like, 3rd round pick, and just kind of sticks around. And
oh yeah. Brandon Ayuk is wide receiver 50 on the year in WAR.
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Doesn't have this week probably, but yeah.
Yeah, probably not. DJ Dallas is running back 50 because he's a punt returner.
Another kick return guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Tight ends are so flat for so long. Even this is a 2.0 league, and they're that flat. I mean, you cross over the 0 line at 20.
Yeah, I think that's why it's like I had to look at all the years combined, because if you just start looking at this year, the tight end play has been so poor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit better if historically tight end 1 normally is 2.7.
The problem with that is you start throwing in all the good Kelsey years are now in there, right? And that kind of throws it off as well.
Yeah. What you got? So this is 3 years, so it's kind of a nice medium place. But
right, but it's one of those if you took out Kelsey and then Laporta from last year, it's probably flat, because on that, I don't know if the 3 years is that Andrews' spike year. Is that 21 or 20?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, you probably got Andrews in there. So I mean, you got some solid, and even Pitt's rookie year is in there, right? He's class of 21.
There goes Jalen.
All right. Let's see how long someone waits to put on the clock for Will's play or Will's way. 16 seconds into a 10-minute clock. You're on the clock.
My favorite is like, you get these leagues, especially with the slow drafts, and they do it after like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
And it's like, man, the clock's 4 hours for a reason. Like,
for sure. And people will get mad at you for using anywhere close to the full clock. It's like,
Yeah.
nah, that's kind of why it's that long. I mean, I am of the opinion that like if you're online and you don't need the full time, you can take way less than the full time.
oh
Taking
yeah,
the full time just for taking it is, a not cool thing to do. But like if you're like the biggest, I advocate when I do slow drafts, I advocate for like 8 or 12 hour clocks because I'm like, look, people have work. They're not gonna be like. There are times where I can't check my phone for 5 or 6 hours at a time. So I advocate for it, but I don't ever like advocate for using the whole thing if you don't need it.
yeah. Like if the two of us are sitting here, don't sit here for an hour and a half and just be like, oh, well, I'm burning on the clock, hoping to hope people lose patience and burn trades.
Right. There goes CD. Be interested to see who's there at 205. Do you normally smash back-to-back receivers?
It depends what my goal out of the build is, right? So like if I choose like, hey, like I really want to go heavy into like current now guys, like I might get a running back here and then with wide receiver get more like the Cooper types,
Mm-hmm.
like Mike Evans, Cooper, that kind of thing.
Sure.
Or it's like you said, it's like 2 anchor wide receivers now and then just fill for value. And it really depends, honestly, if one of the like elite, like top, literally like tier 1, 2 guys are there. Like if this
Yeah.
isn't Jamar or Amon-Ra, Marv, like if one of those guys isn't there, like then we got to look around.
Right. Is that your cutoff? Those three?
I think so. I think the other ones just have too many question marks, unless like I actually thought about it a little bit too. Is like go with a cheeky like injured build.
That's what
Like
I was thinking.
so, it's like just make sure that you leave the draft with Puka, with Nico, with like all the guys who are hurt right now, and like all right, like team will be stacked next year.
Right. I was very much considering that. And that's part of the reason why I did what I did. I was trying to get 3 seconds. And I just could not get it worked out. But I think you were on the receiving end of some of those like 3-person trades where I was trying to get 3 seconds going to me somehow.
Yeah.
It's always something I've been interested in doing where you just like load up in like second and third round picks and just go from
So
there.
that's another one of the guys I was in from the Discord was in a startup, and he did it, and he ended up getting a ton of second and third round picks, and his team was crazy good the first year.
Yeah.
But this year, like all of his value fell off because, like like the reason they're first round picks is because like they're gonna hold value year to year.
Right.
Whereas a lot of these second and third round guys, like the reason they're there is because like they got great value now, but maybe not next year. And so
For
like he went
sure.
from like top points for gonna win the league to this year it's like borderline playoff team. And of course he re-upped and poured all of his picks in because that's the only way to do it. Like really the only way if you want to have a whole bunch of seconds and thirds is like you're trading, hey, I'll trade you my 25 first for your second and third this year. Like in the startup.
Right. Right.
And I'll check you back, whatever, a 10th and a 14th or something.
Right. And that's kind of the strategy I did when I got the 4 seconds is I traded out of my first and I traded out of like my fourth and my fifth and I got like and I traded away a bunch of like future capital. So then I left the draft and I had all these players and a lot of them were running backs. And I was listening to DTI 5 and I just got like super freaked out about like a bunch of stuff like going into week 1 because I had like Kenneth Walker and they were talking up Zach Charbonnet and I I had Bijan, and I just wasn't all the way bought in, and like there was like all these different scenarios. I ended up like selling, and but like literally like less than an hour before kickoff, I sold like 4 running backs for 4 firsts and Ayuk, and it was like Brees Hall, Bijan, Kenneth Walker, and Kamara for 4 firsts and Brandon Ayuk. And I panicked super hard.
I think this is where like, having lots of leagues and like being more portfolio based helps, right? Where like
Yeah.
you don't feel that panic nearly as hard because you're
Right.
like, yeah, whatever. I have 5 shares of Kenneth Walker, like, but I also have 5 shares of somebody else in the same tier.
Yeah, and I got panicked because I didn't have any future capital, and I was like, shit, I fucked up. And so I went super far the other way, and I did it too soon, and that was my first and only Dynasty league at the time. So I've added like 8 or 9 this year, but
Yeah.
so I'm not being your first Dynasty league, you're making all kinds of stupid mistakes, but
Oh yeah. And it's like my favorite is you're sitting there like refreshing Dynasty Daddy, trying to like figure out like points for like where my starters rank at. I'm not first, sell everything.
And I think that was part of it too, is I like went on Dynasty Daddy and it had me listed as fraud. And I was like, I didn't understand what like the labels really meant at the time.
Yeah.
I was just sitting there, I was like, it's fraud. And so I got super panicked, and I made that decision to just like sell everything. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna go the other way if I'm not contending. It's like deciding you're not contending before week 1 isn't always the best option.
I mean, like, you gotta like, it's one of those, if you don't know at the rookie draft, right?
Right, for
It's
sure.
like might as well just let it ride out a couple weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I'd
Like,
really like to get through this tonight, but it's not trending that way. I don't know how long Stiley is going to be interesting. Maybe I can just shoot him a quick message. Try that. It's kind of weird because it's such an inflection point of like if I want to jump on going like elite receivers, for example, I should probably be shooting out trades to jump the line, get a pick earlier than 205. But at the same time, like I don't know that that's the direction I want to go yet, and it kind of depends on what gets picked. So then it's like kind of a catch-all.
Right. So like I said, like there's 4 picks and then me, right? So I'm the 5th one. And like, all right, there's 3 elite wide receivers left.
Right.
But then all of the running backs.
Right. Yeah.
And
all of them but Saquon.
Yeah, sure, except for Saquon, right? So
Saquon of all of them is an interesting choice for sure. It feels a little bit redraft pilled.
Oh yeah.
But it also feels like just like this season pilled even. I mean, I guess that's the same thing I just said twice. But like Saquon to this point has been one of the best running backs other than Kamara. So like, but do I think Saquon's going to finish, top 2 on the year? Probably not.
I mean, I traded for Saquon. I decided like right before the season, like JJ McCarthy went on IR, who I kind of drafted to be my second quarterback. I had Michael Penix. Like I didn't have a second quarterback. And rather than throw capital at, getting a second quarterback, I looked at my team and I'm like, I could just get younger. So I ended up trading like James Conner, Christian Kirk, and a first for Saquon and Amon-Ra.
Nice.
And so like I get Saquon on this rebuilder now because I'm trying to get younger. Yeah. And I said, well, all right, like I'm trying to cut some of these points out. Well, he has that crazy week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone thinks he's the next coming. I ended up trading for 2 firsts.
Jesus.
So it was like, I was like, perfect. Like,
Yeah,
and that's what you're saying. Like this redraft mindset just like clicks in.
for sure.
And it was the same thing after week 1. Sold Isaiah Likely. Just like all these guys just trying to like flip value all the time.
See, I've been buying up so much of like Puka and Rice and Nico this season.
I've
Like
been
after they get injured,
yeah.
I'll trade it. And literally it doesn't matter what state my team is in, I will trade it for them on pretty much any team. Like on a contender, you're like, oh well, why would you buy Rice? He's out for the year. It's like some of my contenders I've got excess, and it's not a matter of like buying the dip on Rice. It's buying him, period. This may
No,
be your only
exactly.
window.
And like if you're a true contender, right, you have enough on your bench to like handle Rice being out.
Right. Yeah.
Like if you look at your team and you're like, I'm a contender, but I can't buy Rice because like I can't tolerate the 0 in my lineup, it's like you're not really a contender.
For sure. So yeah, at this point, everyone's made a pick but me and Stiley. So theoretically, when he's ready to come back, we can start zooming. Because everyone's at least around. Unless we get to a point where people start going to bed, which I'll have to consider if we get too late, because I gotta work at 8 a.m. By that point, we just change it to a slow draft until everyone's ready to reconvene, maybe. Or hell, just keep it how it is on the no auto drafts. I always have thought this is an interesting feature, because then the timer doesn't really matter. It's just kind of there to pressure people a little bit.
Yeah.
Because seeing that yellow time's up is a little stressful, even though it's not even for me.
Yeah, I like drafts like this where it's like, we do no auto draft, but then like you pick like a round. You're like, hey, after round like this is we're start 11 now, right? So it's like after like round 12, hey man, like we're auto drafting if you don't pick.
Yeah. Yeah, probably once everyone's in here, it'll go to like a 2-minute timer with auto draft on. We'll cross that bridge when we actually get to it. I'm curious to see where like the second tier of QBs go. You could argue that like Caleb and Love and Murray are all in the current tier that we're in.
I was gonna say like Burrow already went, so
Right, for sure. Hold on, I close my door here.
but yeah, like that whole like Love, Caleb, I guess a lesser extent Kyler.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Yeah, my wife and daughter just came home. Say hi to them and close the door so my daughter doesn't come running on camera.
Yeah, my wife. So it's my wife's best friend's birthday this weekend.
Okay.
And they have a 6-month-old and a 3-year-old. And so rather than take my wife out to go party with them, she's at home with the kids while her friend and husband are out in the city. So she's watching the 3 and 6 month old,
Sure.
and she was like, "I won't bring them into our house, and I'm interrupt your night." So living the bachelor life tonight.
Nice. The reactions are interesting. Someone reacted the cry to Joe Burrow. The person who drafted him reacted the cry to Joe Burrow. I was gonna put a cry on Daniels, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. Maybe click
You
the
have to do
button.
it right. You have to do it right when the pick was, maybe.
I feel like, yeah, because I feel like if I do this, it'll be like CD Lamb. Yeah. And now I can't undo it. Yeah, we got to be done by 9 a.m. on Sunday.
I mean, there was also a Thursday game.
Yeah, but that Thursday game, I think we can probably manually put that stuff in. I think if we just put them in the lineup, it'll fix itself. And if not, I can fix it.
Some cheap points, get some Isaac Garendo in the last round.
That would be something. I don't know how we'd legislate that. I don't think you could. I think it'd be all or nothing. I know earlier when we were talking to him, he was saying that like any time in the next hour wouldn't work for him. See if I can find it.
I think he also said he's from Australia.
Yeah, he is. He said the later the better. He's gonna have his kids' party in the next hour. That was 3 hours ago. So theoretically, the party's been going on for 2 hours.
I mean, you get young kids. Like, what's a kid's birthday party? Take them to Chuck E. Cheese for a couple hours.
Yeah. It sounded like he was running around like preparing stuff, so it might be at their house.
Yeah.
He said his daughter is 5. I feel like he can't hold their attention for more than 2 hours. Is there like a list of all the punt returners?
I tried Googling it on my phone earlier. There's some from before the season, but I think the better way of doing it is just honestly go to NFL.com and search by punt returns.
Yeah. Got some accurate stuff here. Jamal Williams is definitely not doing punt returns, though.
Yeah, the one that was interesting to me was Dameon Pierce, but he's been injured all year, so I don't know if they're going to put him on returns while he's still coming back from the injury.
Right. 2024 team stats. Punt returns. See, this is by team, though. It's not doing any good.
You can't just do by league.
I'm not sure. Stats. Let's do maybe player stats. There we go. Okay. Kickoff returns. Who in the world is that? It's a Bill? Brandon Codrington?
There's a bunch of defensive backs too. Like it's gonna be,
Right. It's not gonna be all offensive players.
Yeah.
Turpin. Dallas. We know those ones. Sean Tucker.
Is
You
he
wanna
really
do the-
returning kicks?
Looks like he's returned 4 kickoffs this year. Can you
Interesting.
sort by? Yeah, you can sort by number. So in order, it's Blackshear. This is just kickoffs. Blackshear, Gray, Chenault, Jaquan Jackson, DJ Dallas, Chase Brown, Xavier Gibson, D. Williams, DeAndre Carter. Eckler has taken 6. That's actually surprising. Pierre Strong, Juanye Thomas, Amir Abdullah, Devin Duvernay, Ray McLeod, Rashid Shaheed. That's kind of low down for Shaheed. Travion Williams. Jamal Williams has taken 5. Blake Corum 4. Okay. Let's look at the punt returns.
Gibson has the most with 15. Marvin Mims has the most yards.
Yeah. Then it just becomes, are you following volume or production?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also opportunity, right? So it's like, teams with better defenses are getting more stops.
Yeah, although I mean it's not their defense per se that's normally out there. It's how good are their special teams units.
But it's kind of this weird inverse effect where if the defense is good and they're winning field position battles and they're taking lots of punt returns, then they're probably not allowing a lot of touchdowns or scoring plays, so they don't have as many kick returns. And kick
Sure.
returns are probably more valuable because they're set up to have more return yardage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a super good insight into punts versus kicks. You got like Greg Dortch on this list. You got Jacob Cowling, Khalif Raymond. I mean, I know a lot of these names, so I have a few other leagues that have return yards. But some of these names are new to me. Braxton Berrios is not that new. What we got? Sadly still on the clock. Top 5 for Hillbillies. I don't know. Like, what other 2 are you putting above them? If we were gonna play devil's advocate here for top 5 dynasty QBs, Allen, Jackson are above him. If you're gonna say he's not number in the top 3, who else is above him? Who are the other 2?
So before the season, right, it would have been Hurts and Stroud.
Sure.
Then there's what you feel about Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
One way or another. But then I think there's like, unless, again, back to, is he Kyler Murray?
Sure. Yeah.
And
before
then
the season, you would have probably had some arguments for A-Rich.
Yeah, and then like after that, I think there's definitely a tier down until you're in the more like, elite pocket passing types, right? With the Love, Burrow,
Right. Although we think of Jaden Daniels as this, elite rushing QB, and he does scramble, but he's got better pocket presence than a lot of the so-called, rushing quarterbacks.
I don't remember, like, obviously he had an unreal season last year at LSU, but it's like, I don't remember him being this accurate.
Yeah, like as he's been this year.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he was just throwing bombs to Brian Thomas and, Malik Neighbors all season, and they were
right
so open on every single play.
For sure. You don't have to be accurate if your player is the only one in 10 yards.
Everybody's in 15 yards of space.
Yeah.
But now instead of that, he's throwing to Terry McLaurin and Diami Brown.
Hey, don't forget Zacchaeus.
Yeah. So it's like, he's still throwing him open. So I mean,
right.
I think he's proven everybody wrong.
For sure.
I'm definitely excited. I got him with the 4th pick in one of my leagues this year.
Yeah, I didn't draft it. I didn't draft him anywhere, but I've traded for 2 of them since he started blowing up. So I paid a lot for him, for sure. But like at the time, it was like I'm probably buying an ascending asset here. So if I wanted to, I could probably turn around and flip him as long as it doesn't crater.
It was funny. I had dinner with my brothers today, and we were talking about more like real football about, like, is Bryce Young the worst bust in our lifetimes from a draft perspective, when you get full on value, like they traded, whatever, 2 firsts and a second plus, a Pro Bowl wide receiver for the rights for a guy who they got 16 starts out of.
Sure.
And, it came up to us like, well, really, are any of the first overall picks worth 3 first round picks? And it's like, well, yeah, if you get your guy, then it's like, sure, right? And it's the same thing. It's like my kind of fantasy mode now. Like if Jaden Daniels gives you even just his rookie contract, right, 5 years of top 5 quarterback play, then within reason, whatever you paid for him, probably worth it.
Right. Let's see what I did pay for him. Let's go look. I've got him in this league. In this league, I paid. So now you're gonna tell me here. Okay. I got him and Madison for Purdy and Rice, and this was pre-Rice injury.
Yeah, so that's early on. So like he was still like, you're kind of buying the ascension, right? He hadn't really. I mean, some will tell you, like, hillbillies in chat, right? It's like, still has to see more. Like I got to see it against a good defense.
For sure.
If you're making that trade after week 2 or week 3, I mean, you're definitely buying on the way up.
Yep. And that was so September 24th. That would have been
week 3.
Yeah, that sounds right. Because
Labor Day was week 1, right?
Yep. So 10-6 was week 5. 29 was week 4. So yeah, I bought him like right before week 4. So I bought him off of that 28-point game, and he ran before the 24-point game. So that's one share I have of him, and then the other one is, God, which one is it? It's probably this one. It is. So in this one, I traded Mahomes, Derrick Henry, and a 26 second for Rice and Daniels. And again, this might have been after Rice was in. No. When did Rice get injured?
Mahomes, Henry in a second?
Mahomes, Henry in a second for Rice and Daniels. That might have been, I think that was also pre-injury maybe. Or was that? Rice injury.
He got injured in that
September 29th. And I traded, that trade was September 30th. So it was after the injury, but before we really knew anything. So an injured Rice and Jaden Daniels for Mahomes, Henry in a second.
I like that.
Yeah. And this is a pretty heavy like PPC league and stuff. But I'm 4-1 right now. I must have been probably 3-1 at the time or something like that. And like, yeah, now I'm starting Hubbard and Irving, and what other running backs do I have? That's pretty much it. Those are my running backs. I got some Zeke,
Dare,
Jamal, Dare, yeah, Zamir White. My running back room is a little stinky in this league, but
that's what my running backs room looks like, except for one league where I have Saquon, Bijan. Like I get everybody.
Right. I've got that league, and the other league I'm in with Shane. Which one is it? 2 keep by half. I've got Saquon, Montgomery, Gibbs. That's about the end of it. But I mean those 3. There's my Raheem Blackshear.
Hell yeah.
This is not a punt return team. This is just the waivers are so barren.
Oh, I'm in one of those. It's a 14 by 12 with 30-man rosters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if they are on an NFL roster and play offense, they are on a team.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like I can't say there's so many guys who are like out of the league who are still on rosters because in the off chance they sign, like you don't want to be blowing all your fab on getting back, some like Anthony Robbins or something, like some like absolute random guy from training camp.
Yeah. Just crazy. Are we even going to make it through the first round? Who knows? Before I have to go to bed, I'll probably stay up until like midnight, depending on how this is going. If it's like 11 and we're still at 112, I'll probably call it for the night. But see, just sitting here makes me want to go like start working on some trades. Because once we do get going, it's going to go fast. But I also like I just don't know that I want to pick a direction yet.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like you have to look at what's going to be there when it's your turn.
For sure. It's so hard to project in this league between the weird scoring, making people do things they might otherwise not do, and the mid-season, so you can't trust ADP, and injuries, and the fact that I think there's a few in here that maybe aren't as, plugged into Dynasty. I mean, it's probably wrong to assume that, but I don't know. I feel like I've seen enough from 11 of the managers in the league to kind of have that idea. Or I guess 10 managers, not including myself. So kind of have an idea of like who might be good targets of people who may not value things the same way I do. Not in necessarily to like fleece them but like that's where a lot of deals get done is when you don't agree on everything.
What's funny is like in my home league, there's one guy who everybody else wants to kick out because they feel like he's ruining, like he ruins the league because he just makes some trades sometimes that are like that you would feel are completely lopsided, right? But it's like if we all thought the same, nothing would get done.
For sure.
Right? Because it's like if we all follow the same kind of dogma, nothing will get done. But like you need some people out there who think differently than you to make it more interesting.
Right.
And I actually thought about this the other day. It's like there's all sorts of like little, dynasty fantasy communities out there. And it would be really interesting if there was a way to like link all the different little discords and have like these leagues where it's like one or two guys from like each of these different groups just to see how they interact.
Yeah. Instead of everything being so like everyone's on an island. It'd be very interesting. Like you can only pick like only 2 managers from the DD servers and only 2 from South Harmon and 2 from I don't know like BDGE or something like that.
Yeah, like them and Flock and like there's all sorts of them out there. Like you go to YouTube, right? And like my algorithm is just like slammed with these right now.
Right.
And it's all these little groups, and I find it fascinating to like poke into these like little 20-minute videos they're making about like guys you should be targeting and trading for right now, and you'll jump through it and like think of the names they're talking about, and it's like literally completely the opposite from what you're hearing from a different group.
Right.
And it's like that's what makes it so fascinating. Like imagine if there's like like I said, talking to Discord this week, right? Was Mahomes' watch, get rid of him.
Right.
And this guy takes him 4th overall because he's Pat Mahomes.
Right. And I feel like a lot of people just can't separate in their minds NFL production from fantasy production too.
Or even like this guy, right? He's sitting here thinking if this draft was before week 1, right? Pat Mahomes goes 1-1. He's Pat Mahomes. He's number 1 dynasty fantasy asset, right?
I don't know that most of us were thinking that recently. I think maybe 1-2 you could make an argument for that.
Right.
I wasn't seeing him go in the top 4 anywhere in my startups this last year.
Where's my list? Where's this over here? I did this one this year.
Pop it up there.
Yeah, he went 1-1 in my dynasty startup we did this past off season.
Let's see if I can find some. Here's a startup. Here's the one I'm with Shane in. Let's see, draft results. It's gonna give me the rookie draft. It sure is.
You have to go to previous leagues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, you can look at it on mobile. So let me see if I can find it on mobile. Wouldn't it be nice if Sleeper was like actually like you could do all the things on both the app and the website?
The one that drives me up a wall is on the browser. When someone sends you a pic, it doesn't say whose it is.
They've gotten better at that. I think from just looking at when I was sending out trades today on my desktop, I think it's getting better at that.
Because like I'm in a league where like my pick is going to be 1 or 2. I have
Mhm.
another pick that's going to be like probably 4, and then I have the guy who's going to win the league. It's going to be whatever 11 or 12, and like someone will send me a trade offer which will include a first from me, and I'm like, okay, if that's the late first, then yeah, I'll probably take that. If that's my first, right, I'm definitely not doing it, and I
Yeah,
have to do it on my phone because on the browser it doesn't say whose it is.
for sure. Yeah, so this league with Shane, the top 5 picks were all QBs before JJ went 6. The top 5 were Mahomes, Allen, Stroud, Herbert, Burrow for the startup this year. This was this year.
Burrow that high this year is kind of crazy. Like last year I would have get it, but this year it's like, huh?
Herbert that high is crazy. Let's look at another one. Let's see.
But what you said Mahomes went first though, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look at this one's another one.
And
Startup
and
this
and and this
offseason.
is where it's so interesting, right? Because like I don't know that like where that guy came from, but like maybe in his mind he's like, look at all these guys with their recency bias, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, 5 weeks ago, Pat Mahomes was the first overall pick. I got him at
Sure.
4. What a steal!
Yeah. Okay, here's another one. Another startup from this offseason. Top 4 are QBs.
Yeah,
Jefferson at 5. Top 4: Allen, Hurts, Lamar, Mahomes.
that makes some sense to me. That's how
Yeah.
I would have expected it to go, like at the
Yeah.
beginning of the year. Like
Right. Right.
the one I looked at earlier where he went 1-1, like the guy who had 1-1 is a Chiefs fan. So
Sure.
like there's some bias there.
Yeah. I think you, in my mind, at the start of the year, you probably flipped Lamar Hurts, but that wasn't like a given by any means. What else? I did quite a few startups this year, and I took over some orphans and stuff. Is this a startup or was this an orphan? Okay. Now let me make sure I have the format right, because this one might be funky. No, still just super flex. Okay. Let's see. So this one, the first 7 picks are QBs.
Yeah.
It's Allen, Mahomes, Hurts, Lamar, Stroud, Burrow, Herbert.
I'm really
A-Rich
shocked that
went.
so many people were taking Herbert that high.
I am too.
There's like no
A-Rich.
Love, no
A-Rich.
A-Rich,
A-Rich got taken at 110. Love didn't get taken until 206.
no Caleb.
This was a rookie draft, or this was
Okay.
a kickers for rookies. So like the
Yeah,
101
so
went.
when did 101 go?
101 went at 19, right after Jefferson, before A-Rich.
All right.
What else? That might have been all my startups. Oh, that's not true. I had a 32 team startup. Let's see about that one.
That's chaos.
It sure is. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I'm doing very badly. It's a 32 team best ball. It's not going well for me because I assumed that people would like super prioritize QB, and then they did not, and I ended up with 3 QBs in a 32 team league. Okay, let's see how far. Okay, so
Yeah,
in
I
this
guess
32
depending
team
on
league,
scoring, like depending on scoring, right? It's like if you have Jacoby Brissett, that's like, well, I'd rather have, you know, some random, like Calvin Ridley. Like
yeah,
maybe most weeks he's probably gonna outscore him.
yeah. So my draft for that one, at 119, I took Amon-Ra.
Yeah,
At 214, I took Drake May.
love that for
At
you.
at 314, I took Will Levis. Not great. And then at 419, I took Justin Fields. By the time I got another positional player, it was 514. I took Tajay Spears.
That's actually quite interesting because, like, in a format like that, I think hero QB is definitely the move.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and it's in a best ball, right? So
It is
that's
best
when
ball.
then you're literally drafting like every Tom, Dick, and Harry backup quarterback in round like 10 through 14.
In a best ball, you don't want to carry that many zeros.
But like, because thinking about it like this, so I have one QB who I know is going to start every week. Well, I hope
Sure.
he makes the season, right?
Sure.
So at that, what do you say, 119?
Yeah.
Like that guy's probably like shit. So, I mean, Amon-Ra is definitely the value there. But like I said, Drake May. But if Drake May was whatever, Sam Darnold, right? Like just some random starter.
Yeah.
And then you kind of view that second flex spot, or is it just one QB or is it a super flex?
It's a super flex spot, but there's no QB spot. So it's 5 flexes, 1 super flex, and then it's got some IDP nonsense. But
Oh, so only one quarterback can play.
correct. Yes.
All right. Yeah, then I changed my mind then.
Yeah.
Like a
'cause I
32 team with a QB and a super flexes. That's where the real fun is.
that would be insane. But yeah, so the QBs that went before my pick in order: Allen, Mahomes, Stroud, Hurts, Lamar, Caleb, Kyler, A-Rich, Daniels, Burrow, Love. So those were the QBs that had already gone. The QBs that I had available would have been Herbert, Dak, Purdy, T-Law, Tua, Goff, Baker, Stafford, and then we're like to my second pick, which was Drake May. But like Bo Nix was still there, McCarthy, Penix, Gino, Deshaun, Levis, Fields, Rogers, Jones, Carr, Bryce, Kirk. Where did Russell Wilson go in this one? That's one to look for. Where'd Russ go? Russ went in the 6th round.
Interesting. I think because it's a startup and you look at it moving forward, the startup is your best chance of getting a long-term starter, right?
For sure.
It's you can get a quarterback kind of anywhere. But
Yeah.
in the value in having a guy like Herbert who goes absurdly high in that format,
Yep.
right, is because, well, he's going to start for the next 5 years. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So, like, I never have to think about being in a position or using other capital to get myself in a draft where I have a chance to take a Quinn Ewers or something.
Right. And
Like,
I took Drake May in the 2nd round of a 32-teamer. Like that's the theory, right? That's the player that's going to start for a long time.
right.
And I got lucky on Justin Fields getting him in the 4th round where he wasn't starting at the time. He wasn't named the starter. Russ wasn't like injured or whatever. Like no one expected Justin Fields to start. I'm just like it's a high leverage backup. Those were the only 3 QBs I took, obviously, hopefully. Yeah. But obviously Levis has sucked, so hindsight's 2020. But I would have been better served probably taking a positional player there. Like the positional players around Levis. Let's look at that.
They're going to be like the JSN T. Higgins type.
Probably. Let's look. So we'll look at the ones that went right before him. That would be right before Levis. We had Metcalf, Dell, Debo, Higgins, Coleman, Jacobs, Addison, Henry, Thomas, Worthy. Those were the ones right before him. After him, we had James Cook, Kittle, Christian Kirk, Kamara, JSN, Mixon, Amari Cooper, Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen, Rashee Rice, Lad McConkey, Jonathan Brooks, Evan Ingram, TJ Hawkinson, Chris Godwin. Can you imagine if I got Rashee Rice instead of Will Levis there?
Oh my goodness. The other thing is you probably still have an opportunity in that, as the league starts to settle itself out, you get closer to playoffs. It's like teams are more likely to start buying points, and you have an opportunity here where you can give them the most points, right? Because you're offering, a Justin Fields type, who
Sure.
it's like, listen, man, for a low price of you're late first.
Well, you don't want a late first in that format.
Well, I know, I'm just saying, like, what else you gonna get? You want, 2 or 3, bump starter like types. It's
Well,
like, would you
hold on.
rather late first, or do you want, I don't know, QJ and Braylon Allen?
Hold on. You haven't done 32 team leagues, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here.
Yeah.
Playoff first in a 32 team league would be the equivalent of a late second in a 12 teamer. No, an early third. Because the 32nd overall pick, let's say they win, 32 overall. So that's you got 24.
It's 12 so it's 308.
308. Yeah. So worst case scenario, you're getting to 308 for Justin Fields. You doing that?
Well, in that, like I said, in that format, maybe not. So, but also, the IDP stuff kind of makes it weird, right? Because the player base is bigger.
Right. For sure. And I did not prioritize IDP at all. I think the first one I took was Daniil Hunter, maybe, and that was in like the 5th or 6th round, something like that. And I took him too early. I shouldn't have taken any. Because like the scoring doesn't reward you for having the IDP players.
It's just a fun thing to have.
Yeah. Like, let's look at some of the weeks. Actually, can I sort? I can do it on here, actually, so we can actually see. Wrong week. 32 team. Oh, I forgot. Best Ball is not supported on Sleeper desktop. Why would it be? All right. So players, leaders. Let's go IDP, season stats. So your season leaders in IDP. Fred Warner has 70 fantasy points across now 6 games, right?
Yep.
Robert Spillane with the Raiders has 61.5. Aiden Hutchinson, who, mind you, had like a 4.5 sack game once this season, has 60.5 points over 4 games, so they've had their bye already.
Van Ginkel's got to be good, right? He's got a couple touchdowns.
Van Ginkel has 60.
Yeah.
Over 5 games, so that's like 12 points a game. That's not horrible, but I mean, you had to hit on these guys. But like when you compare that to, I mean, that 12 points a game is what equivalent to a wide receiver 3 production, ideal, maybe wide receiver 2
in a PPR format. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, how high are you drafting your wide receiver 2 and 3?
That's like I said, you're in that 5th, 6th, right? It's actually funny. So on South Harmon, they have IDP startup ADPs.
Okay.
And in a 12-team IDP Superflex, the first defensive player is Micah Parsons, and he comes off at 803.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then TJ Watt's next at 904.
Yeah, and that's
Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
and Micah Parsons is in between Terry McLaurin and JSN.
Oh yeah, right in there. And like so my first defensive player I was thinking in the 6th round of a 32 teamer. So significantly later by player position, right?
And so Daniil Hunter on this ADP is 1411, which is roughly the 6th round of a 32 team.
Yeah, I got good value at least. Yeah, that team's struggling. I'm 1-4 and 25th in the league.
This is the thing. So I'm in I'm in this 14 by 12, right? And it is so difficult to rebuild because you just need so much stuff.
Yeah.
And like when I tell you that team is barren.
Right. Yeah, you want to hear who was going around Daniil Hunter, position player wise, in this league?
Yeah, let's hear it.
We'll start a couple picks ahead. Marshawn Lloyd, Kendre Miller, Tyler Lockett, Roman Wilson went before. And then I took Daniil Hunter, and then the next ones were Malachi Corley, Jermaine Burton, Jerome Ford, Derek Carr. It's not positional, but he is offensive. Jalen Wright, Darnell Mooney. That's a steal. Rashad Bateman. That's the end of the 6th round. But yeah, I mean, like, ooh, what? Dude, that's insane. The same guy got Darnell Mooney and Wan'Dale Robinson back-to-back rounds. And then Darius Slayton 2 rounds later.
Oh,
And then
yeah,
Trey Tucker in the 12th.
and tell me, look up CVS DJ. Get that stack.
He does not. He has Goff and Young. One of the only other people to take multiple QBs in the startup. He has Leggett. He has Sutton. So he doesn't have any he has JT. Let's see what place he's in. He's got to be in a good place with that room. He is he's 3-2. He's 12th in the league.
Yeah, well, it's like his first round pick's been kind of a dud.
Sure.
Especially now that JT's gonna be out.
Goff has been serviceable as a starter.
Yep.
And then he's had Mooney, who's exceeded expectations for sure. Wan'Dale's exceeded expectations. So he's probably had some good weeks, which is why he's got 3 wins. But it's tough when you don't have those studs. Even though it is only if you just count the offensive players as a start 6, right? Like you don't need that many players, so you want to have studs. But
it's one of those like the guy who picked, whatever, right around him in the first round takes Nico Collins instead. And
sure.
He's gapping him because it's like, okay, Collins is scoring that much more.
Right. And in a 32 teamer, it's so you're so rewarded for correct player takes.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot less room for process in a league that deep. Let's see what time it is in Australia right now.
It's depending on where he is, it's 11 a.m.
It is 1 p.m.
Yeah, 11. It's 11 on the West Coast. Yeah. So.
Oh, in Perth.
Yeah.
Sure. 10:13. Adelaide, Kingston. Well, we can use some context clues. His daughter's birthday party started like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, probably at noon.
Probably at noon, so he's probably on the West Coast. Or on the East Coast, rather. So it's probably like 2-ish right there.
Yeah.
A little bit too much sleuthing to be recording. We've narrowed it down to the East Coast of Australia. I'm sure that'll be relevant for someone. That entire time zone. Man, oh man. It's brutal waiting. It's what we signed up for, I guess. I didn't assume it was gonna be 2 hours later and we haven't made it out of the first round. Because like you guys are gonna get stuck at me twice in the second round, and I'll be busy from 8 to 2 tomorrow.
My guess is that, I'll be up, but I don't know if the other guys will be in between. Like even if he picks now, like if he doesn't pick tonight, he doesn't get into it, whatever until he gets home, like after midnight here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know if we even get to me.
Yeah.
Like you might be able to wake up, make your pick.
Maybe.
And it's Shane. Okay.
Shane and then Nathan. But yeah, you'll get stuck at me again at 208. But then you'll have a full round to not deal with me, and who knows how long a full round will take. But yeah, well, I mean, until we can all like actually get on the same page, we'll just have the auto turned off probably. I wonder if Shane wants his 206. So they're sending offers out. $206. What would you add to a 408 to get to the 206?
Probably a swap of some sort, but what is the swap? That's the question.
I mean, that's a pretty big 2 rounds at that stage is pretty huge. I could toss on
like how big a
405.
gap, like how big a gap would you want after, right? So you would pick it, you trade from 408 up to 206. So you're still picking at 4.5 and then 5
and 308. So I would have.
I'm thinking about after, right? So like if you moved 408 and 508, right? So you're 4th and 5th for the 206, and then you need back like.
I have an extra 4th. Don't forget. So I would trade the 408. Like if I traded the 408 and the 405, right? For the
he'd for sure do that.
Well, yeah, but I would want a piece back. So then what do I ask back for? 7 and 8.
Yeah, back end starter, right? So an 11. So there's 11 start, so 10 or 11 probably minimally.
Do you think 10 or 11?
I don't
7 or 8 too aggressive.
I mean, you can always start there, but
sure. Shane's not the type to get offended, but like I said, I'm not trying to stiff the guy. Not that he's going to get one pulled over on him by me, but like he gives me a 2 and a 7, I give him 2 4s.
Yeah.
I don't think this is his type of deal though. He's not normally he'll do process deals, but he wants the hammers.
And it's like that, like look, like obviously having sat here and looked at it for the last hour and a half, right? I think there's going to be a pretty flat tier, kind of starting kind of where we're picking. Like I might get to sneak into this next tier up, but realistically, like everything's gonna be flat for like probably 15 or 16 picks, if I had to guess.
Yeah. All right, so I sent Shane an offer. We'll send Nathan an offer next. I want your 207. I'll do a similar deal. So we'll do both 4s. And we'll ask for a 7 back. Try that. Who else? You want to trade me your 2? Yeah, because I already heard your price. You're gonna ask for only the 10 or 11 to be kicked back.
Yeah, it's like I view the force are basically first round picks. Like if you end up looking at like the types of players are gonna be around in that round.
Sure.
If you already had them on your team, they're worth first-ish, like 2025 first. And so like if you start valuing it that way, And then again, like the back end starters versus the guys I'm going to pick here, like there's a non-zero chance I'm going to get one of the 3 other receivers that are left.
Right.
And if not, I'm going to have my pick of the like running backs. So
Sure. Try go child.
So it's like the classic, is Jameer Gibbs in this format where 2 firsts, like 2 random firsts?
Maybe.
Like that, it's close, right?
Yeah, and then I'm asking for a back end starter back.
Yeah.
Don't know unless you try. Ask Will's way. Who else? I haven't talked to Super Daddy-O yet. 209. It's a little bit grosser, huh?
Yeah, it's like I said, I still think it's pretty flat in here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously being in front, being able to pick the front of a tier is good.
Right. Might ask for a third on top. I
just think like if you're back like almost like your second or like at the back end of the second round, like that's when you start thinking about these injured guys.
Yeah. If I can get 3 second rounders, I think I consider going that route. Because I don't think do you get all 3 of Nico, Puka, and Rice if you don't have 3 second round picks? Do you think that all 3 of them go in the second round or the early third?
All right, so let's assume our Australian friend here takes two of the tier 1 wide receivers, right? He takes Jamar and Amon-Ra.
Let's fact check. We have I'm in another league with him. Let's see what he prioritizes. Let's see. Oh, I'm playing him this week in this league.
Look at that! Look at that! He's got both of them already. Scroll up. Jamar.
He's chasing Amon-Ra, yeah. And he's not prioritizing QB. His QB room is Goff, Fields, Darnold, Rodgers.
Right.
Now, here's the other thing. Did he get to that by drafting that room, or did he trade into that room? Let's find that out. 2024, 36 rounds. He was drafting out of the 11th spot, and he drafted Chase and Amon-Ra. Yep.
So I see that as a strong possibility.
Yeah. Agreed.
So then now we're after him. There's everybody will have a quarterback except for Wills, myself, you, and Shane.
Yes.
So the chances of someone going quarterback with the current fantasy football landscape is probably pretty low.
Probably, yes.
Especially on the tier of guys that are here. So we assume
I could see someone going Love as their second QB if he's there.
Yeah, maybe Nathan with the Burrow Love.
I could see Love. I could see Love. I could see Caleb. I could see Kyler. And maybe A-Rich if someone's feeling frisky. Those 4.
Yeah, someone really frisky for A-Rich.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely more of a third. I think like Kyler, A-Rich, that tier is the third. I could see Caleb.
I value Kyler above A-Rich. But yeah, Love and Caleb maybe.
Yeah. So that's 2 of the guys, right? Marv's going to go 3.
Yep.
And now we have all the running backs, right? Bijan's going to go. Hall's going to go. Gibbs is going to go. Yep. going to go. So that's 4 more.
I've seen Achan fall, but not in a room with Shane.
Right.
I could see Shane taking Nico
AJ Brown's going to go.
or Brown. Yeah.
And then it's a 2.0. So now you guys start talking about Bowers and Laporta.
How far do you think Laporta falls in this given recent history?
I would think about him at 304.
Okay.
But like he's not on the menu for 204. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Absolutely not.
Yeah. So like, all right, you count all that up, right? That's just the non-receivers. And I see most of the second, getting filled up. So now it's like, okay, let's say there's 3 people going to be taking receiver in this round, or there's going to be a run on it, right? It's going to be one or the other.
Right.
And then looking at these teams, again, the whole point of going that route is to do it, right? Like you're going to tank. Like you're not looking at points, you're looking for the future.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, which of these people is being value oriented in their drafting that they would do that and make that decision now.
Burrow, maybe. Stroud, maybe.
But the Stroud guys also got Saquon. It's like we had this decision before, right?
Yeah.
So it's like he's made his decision. He's going in.
He's going in.
He's not drafting an injured player.
Right. Speaking of, as he comes on. Or no, that's Nathan, never mind.
Yeah.
But
so I think there's a good chance that 2 of them you can get.
I can get 2 of them at 205 and 208, or almost for sure. It's the question is, can I get the third one at 308? Rice at 308 was kind of like before the season, no one would have done that. After 3 weeks, he would probably be gone in the second round.
Agree with that, and I would definitely draft him third, and I would only do it if I had the other 2, and like you have a very clear plan forward.
Yep.
And then like I would like this is now like more to team building. Like I said, that 4th, 5th round, like those are firsts. So you like that's when I would start looking into like, okay, I'll give up my 4th. Like you have 2 of them, right?
Yep.
Give me back your 25 first and a 7th or an 8th.
Yeah. I think part of the mentality you have to think here is the type of people who are currently in this draft room are the type that are so, got it bad for Dynasty, right? That we're all, I think there's a good chance that there's 12 people in here that think they're going to contend this, like for the rest of this year.
And that's what I'm saying is like making that conscious decision now, right? Because you're one of 2 people who has no one, right? Pivoting that way, do a productive struggle versus fine
productive, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like the problem you're gonna run into is like Puka will be back in a couple weeks,
right? For sure,
right? Like Collins will be back in a couple weeks. Like Rice is zeros all year,
for sure.
And then it's like, how hardcore do you go into it? What's CMC worth in this format right now?
Who knows if he ever plays football again? But yeah, I am being exaggerating, but yeah, I mean, CMC. I mean, you just start looking at all the players that might not play. Tua,
Pacheco's
probably nasty in this format.
Jonathan Brooks, low key.
A little bit. He's going to come back though. I mean, I guess no sooner than
the
your
other
other 2 guys.
Yeah.
Chubb might be back too soon.
Hollywood's out until next year, but I mean, you already have
Hollywood.
Rice, right? So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to I'm not opposed to going in on 2 on a team because Hollywood probably won't even be in Kansas City next year. For being real, I don't know that they're going to pay him to do
no,
another contract.
I think he was a security blanket in case Worthy didn't work out.
Yeah.
Oh, JJ McCarthy is a perfect candidate for this kind of build.
That sure is. And that would probably be one of the fourths, right? Because you figure JJ probably goes off the board ahead of that.
I got him for a 6 in a very similar format before he was injured.
Okay. And then you also think about obviously Penix.
Yeah, that's my build in a different league.
Yeah.
I have Penix, McCarthy, just like punt on running backs. But like you do, it's one of those where like you want some guys who are gonna have some value if you wanted to trade them, but really might be better next year types.
Right.
Like a Chase Brown, Tyler Algier, like you can see path to touches.
Right, for sure.
But they're not worth really what you get for them on the market.
Yeah. And
I ran that in a different league where I blew it up, and when I tell you, I have Jordan Mims in my starting lineup.
Oh yeah. I've got a different 32 team league, as in I have multiple. This one's a lineup league. It was an auction, and I was very frustrated with how expensive all the players were. Like we're talking like QB1s were going for 56% of the budget.
Budget, yeah.
Yeah, just like absurd stuff.
Like I can't bring myself to pay that for Baker Mayfield.
Well, Baker didn't go for that much, but
Yeah.
that was like your Josh Allen's, right?
Yeah.
And it was also to the point where it was getting more expensive as you went. So stupid stuff was happening. Like Amon-Ra went for more expensive than JJ, or like London went for more than Amon-Ra, and stuff like that. Just very unpalatable. So the longer you waited, the worse it got. So what I ended up doing is I ended up trading almost all of my auction dollars for future firsts.
Yeah.
And I literally the only player I drafted was Burrow for $500, or just under $500, and then I traded the rest for firsts. And I've got on this team in 25, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 25 firsts. 1, 2, 3, 25 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 26 firsts. 4 26 seconds, and then after the fact, I got an extra 27 firsts. But
it's one of those outside of your own, right? In a 32 team,
they're all crapshoots. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which is why you want to. It's buckshot. But yeah, so it's my starting lineup: Kyle Juszczyk, Olamide Zaccheaus, Ashton Doolin, Brock Wright, Sterling Shepard. My bench: Josh Johnson, Carson Wentz, Josh Dobbs, Tyrod Taylor. I had Dalton on here, and I traded Dalton away for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But Jonathan Ward I picked up during last week with his 5% snap percentage.
It's literally sort week 5 snaps, and you're just all right, who's free agent?
Yeah. But yeah, you want to talk about the best available player on here is JaMychal Hasty. Tanner Hudson, Harrison Bryant, just Nick Westbrook-Akeen, Pharaoh Brown. Here's Shampklin. Here's who I probably should have picked up. He was a little bit better. 19% snap share over the Pittsburgh running back I did pick up.
I picked up a random running back from them. Who was it?
Probably Shampklin. It wasn't Patterson, was it?
I had Patterson already.
Yeah.
It was Ward, yeah.
No one. responded to my trade in the DTI 5 Discord. My 2 trades. They're all like, "What are you doing a startup for? What? I'm not gonna respond to that. I'm not gonna
Like,
give you the time of day."
what month is it? What is going on?
Oh, so going back to we were talking about like home leagues and like different values earlier.
Oh yeah.
So I did a trade in a league. So this league has my dad in it. Who this is his second year ever playing fantasy. Last year we introduced it to him in a 4-team league. It was like me and my brother and like one of my dad's coworkers.
Yeah.
And let's see. So I did this trade. Actually, no, this is not the trade I want to show you first. Wait, is that the trade? Hold on. Okay. So I traded, and this was before Mooney was like really good. I traded Josh Allen and Darnell Mooney for T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and a 26 first in a Superflex league, but it is an 8-team Superflex league. So it's like QBs are not like crazy good.
Yep.
But like, would you say that Jamar Chase and Josh Allen or Jamar Chase in a first is reasonable for Josh Allen? Ish.
In an 8-team?
Maybe not. Yeah, that's the issue. Is in an 8-team.
Because like I have him in a 10-team start 7, and I'm like, you can get him out of my fucking dead hands. Like, like no way, man.
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is 8-team. So like technically QBs are less scarce, right? So
Right, but the elite ones are a higher portion of the, like how many starters do you have as well?
it is 12s, 8 by 12. You want to
Yeah.
look at this draft? This draft is stupid. So this is my brother over here, St. Brown Laporta.
Listen,
You can
that's
you
a
can
man
tell
who knows what he loves. That's
you
a
can
man.
you can tell we're
He's
Lions
smart.
fans.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is me.
Yeah.
Allen, Lamar, AJ Brown, Malik Neighbors, DJ Moore, Kincaid, Achan, Odunze, Pacheco, Worthy, BTJ, Andrews, Reed, Warren, Singletary, Ford, Hubbard.
Yeah.
I just start spamming running backs. Fields, Jones. Yeah. So that, I mean, Achan in the like 7th round. This is my dad. He starts off strong. Lamb, Chase. Then he goes off the rails a little bit. Tua, Kelsey, Demo, Stafford, Kamara.
If you screenshotted that and you told me he would drafted, well, getting Chase and Lamb on the same team's hard, but like if he was like he drafted 10th in a 14 team, I go, yeah, he did a pretty good job.
Right. Higgins, Cooper, Corum. I mean, he drafted Corum because he's a Michigan guy. Like,
Yep.
Penix, Njoku. Like, did he have any late hits? He got Darnold late. It's not horrible.
I don't know.
Roman Wilson, another Michigan guy.
I just see all that blue late in the draft.
Yeah, it's
and I'm just like, I can just hear Scott just being like, no trash cans, like no trash receivers, get them off your roster. All cloggers.
These two at the end are actually pretty sharp. This guy especially. This guy's been. I hate trading with this guy. He's kind of an asshole. But yeah, he's been very up in arms about a lot of the trades that have gone on in this league. But because my dad is like the most active trader in the league.
It's the most fun. You sit there at work and just like cook up trades in your head.
Yeah, but like this guy's pretty sharp. Jefferson, Caleb, Love, Walker, Nico that late, Jacobs, McBride, Daniels that late, Rice that late, Godwin, Robinson that late, Bucky, Jordan Mason. Like, this was like the week before kickoff that we drafted, so we knew that CMC was out.
Yeah.
But it's just like, oh my goodness. It's absurd. 8-team leagues are something else. Actually, I might have the 4-team. It's not gonna do that. Probably archived somewhere. Oh well.
Is it a 4-team league?
Yeah, last year's 4-team league with my dad.
It's like
And-
DFS.
Yeah, me and my brother stomped him all year, and then we felt bad, and we started trading with him. Like trades were just like not good for us. And he ended up winning the damn thing. I'm like, come on, like he got like matchup screwed, and like he just like went off in the finals. Oh, look at this. You see this?
Yeah. Oh my god, I had one of those. Hold on. I sent that exact message last week to somebody.
Yeah. I don't know. Like 2 4s. 2 4s is not bad.
Well, who was it?
2 and 7.
Oh, here we go. He sent me Jawan Johnson, A Rich, Kamani Vidal, and his mid 21st, 25 first
Okay.
for Josh Allen, JJ McCarthy, and Tucker Kraft.
That's rough. Let me think through that. So Erich in a first. That's not Josh Allen, but it's in the ballpark, we'll say.
Yep.
What was the rest of that? Juwan Johnson
Jawan Johnson and Kamani Vidal,
for Tucker Kraft and
JJ McCarthy.
yeah, no. That's horrible.
I
I was working so hard. I was like,
Dude,
I want to.
I messaged him back and I was like, you literally, I said, you forgot half the assets. It was
Yeah.
like, I would struggle to take that just for Allen.
Yeah. Oh, so this league, this is my first league, right? We've got a super team in here. Let's see if so this is the winner from last year. This is the guy who I panic sold everything to last year.
Yeah.
So it obviously benefited a lot from that. But Lamar, Walker, Bijan, Reed, Godwin, Ayuk, Laporta, Hall, Diojon, Pickens, Wilson.
Love to see DJ starting.
Yeah, DJ. I think he's got Mahomes on bye. That's why.
Yeah.
Mahomes, Levis, Minshew, JT, Waddle,
Yeah.
Kincaid, Goddard. So solid team, right? Will only trade with you if he's getting massively overpaid. So let's see if I can look at the trades I've had rejected recently. This only shows the actives. Let's see if there's a way to do it. Waiver? I think it's under waiver.
There's a
here
way
we
to
go.
do it on the app. The way I always do it is do it through DMs. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So let's see. Here we go. So we were talking for a while. Let's start back towards the beginning. A day ago. Go until it says 2 days ago. Okay. Okay. I offered a 27, probably late first for Pickens. Got declined.
Sure.
Reasonable. He offers Diojon for that same probably late 27 first. I decline.
Well, probably good process, but
yeah, I'm contending, but I probably could have taken that deal. It wasn't horrible. I just wasn't super enthralled with it.
yeah. 27 is a long term away.
Yeah, I asked for Garrett Wilson and Jaden Reed for 2 27 first and a 26 first. So 3 firsts for Wilson and Reed. On the face of that, are you doing that?
Is
From
27 a real year? This is one of like looking at his team. It's like, how does he replace those points?
Right.
Like, can he turn one of those 27 firsts into a Diojon type?
Right. And we had this conversation. He's like, look, man, I'm not, because I'm contending and I'm a super team, like we came to the agreement that Garrett Wilson and Jaden Reed are probably both worth about a first and a half, right? 1.5 firsts each. So 3 firsts is fair value.
Yeah.
But he has no incentive to do that because he'd rather have the players in the picks.
Well,
He's
that's
not
the
going to
thing
take.
right now is like, if I do nothing, like if he just set his lineup and AFK'd, he's gonna be in the finals, right? Like
Most
worst
likely.
case, right?
Yeah, most likely.
And so it's like why like I see where he's coming from, where it's like I don't have to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, it's like if he wants to keep the super team going forever, like I think he has enough stuff to do it at this point.
Right.
Where you make trades like this, and then those first end up becoming, Austin GT or something like crazy, right? And
Yeah.
and then you're like, all right, great, I can cut him in half. I can do all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah. He's got a ton of the 25 class picks. So he's going to he doesn't own the pick that probably will turn into 101, so maybe he won't get Ashton Genty, but we'll see. Okay, so continuing on, he counters, he takes Garrett Wilson, or he takes Jaden Reed out and replaces it with George Pickens.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
not 3 first. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I counter back and I add I add Gabe Davis on on top of the original deal. He didn't like that. Understandable. And
Making you click an
then
extra button after he has to drop him.
right. And he countered with adding Sean Tucker to his side of the Pickens deal. He's like, that's what I think of Gabe Davis. Did we have any more? Oh yeah, here we go. He also offered.
Wasn't that the original deal?
Johnson and Pickens for 227 firsts.
That seems similar to what the original deal was.
It was similar. I asked for Pickens for a 27 first. He countered with Dio John for 27 first.
And then
this is kind of yeah. And I ended up declining this or cancel. He canceled it. Maybe I don't remember, but
yeah, because like that trade for you, right? So those 27 firsts are not points, and
right.
Dio John and Pickens are points.
Sure.
Right. And this is one of those flags fly forever kind of things, right? You push it in, right? Try to take some points out of his team, add them to yours.
Right.
You have a chance at the championship.
Yeah, I thought long and hard about this one. But so looking at my team, I got Kyler, Mason, Connor, Lazard, Keenan, AJ Brown, McBride, Ty Johnson, Justice Hill, Tank Bixby, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Fields, Richardson, Dalton, Flacco, P. Ryan, Gus, Abdullah, Jettas, Davis, Schultz, CMC. Yeah. And then I got some decent capital. But yeah.
Yeah, this is a candidate where I think, like, rather than give the guy who's got everything more capital, right? Can we target the bottom half of the league and see like what they have? Like, what is a guy who's sitting right now at 2 and 3, who's like 8th in points?
I'll do you one better.
It's like, like, what does he have on his roster? It's like, hey man, like
0 and 10.
I love that.
Herbert, Ray Davis, Tony Pollard, Deebo Samuel, Zay Flowers, Christian Kirk, K. Dotton, Darius Slayton, BTJ, McConkey, Ingram, Lawrence, Watson, Zamir, Mostert, Tyrone, Tracy, Rashad White.
It's a perfect example, right? Like what are guys like Raheem Mostert doing on this roster?
Right. But here, let's go to our
and you're starting Ty Johnson. Like this is like, like do you just send this guy a second and just be like,
here we go. So he's got this whole list.
Oh, I love that.
So top guy. So Chargers not for sale. Because I had asked for some Chargers or something.
Sure.
Top guys available: Diggs, Kirk, T-Law, Ingram, Cooks. This is a while ago. Jones, Watson, Mostert, Mitchell, Coleman.
Top guys.
Players I might be interested in being paid for: Pollard, Lawrence, Deebo. Not selling McConkey, Herbert, Pollard, Brian. I think that might be Brian Robinson. I think he's since moved.
BTJ.
Oh, BTJ, yes. Zay Flowers, Chargers. I ended up
All
buying
right,
him,
so
Lamar
I
for 2/3.
other than Tony Pollard, unless he really likes Tony Pollard for whatever reason, like that
Mhm.
list of the guys he's not selling, sure, completely agree,
Sure.
right? But he should be, swapping out like that whole top list. Like these are the guys I look at. I would add Debo to it, but like where you're trying to buy some points, it's like I'll give you a first for Kirk and Mostert.
Yeah, he won't accept that. This league is absurd. So when did we talk about Debo? We talked about
Because
Debo
like
today.
it's one of those where like based on the team you have and the capital you had, right? Because I think you had 325 first, and the other guy who had like 7 of them,
Mhm.
right? It's like, buddy, like how do you see yourself doing anything but donating for the next couple seasons?
Right.
Unless
And
you do
I've got his 26. Someone else has got his 25. Like, yeah. Here it's he actually texted me. We were talking about Debo earlier. Off of or maybe was that Discord? Oh my gosh, it's
too many messaging apps.
it is for sure.
Well, this league, so the league we're drafting in right now, like there's some Euros and some Aussies and stuff. It's like you get the WhatsApp going.
Oh yeah, for sure. I literally don't remember where I was talking to him earlier about Debo.
So I have a blow up project.
Oh, here we go.
Where I have Debo, and I'm trying to get a 26 first, or really I want a 25 first, but I'll take a 26 first for him. And like no one, too early in the season for people to be thinking about 26 first. Like trying to buy some points.
Are you? So I found it. Are you offering 225 seconds for Debo
on your team?
Yeah.
This is a 10 team, right? 10 teams start
12.
Was it 11 or 12?
12, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It pains me.
It's like worst case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is you can get that back in the off season.
Sure.
And
then he also said a 25 top 3 early second round and a 25 early third. So if I could like convince him that a second and a third, like they're early, he would do that. He says, or 225.
Yeah, because like your second and his third are the same pick, right? Yeah. So it's like that's what he's looking like. He just wants. He goes, I need 2 picks in between picks 13 and 24. Like somewhere in there.
That's interesting. That's an interesting message to get because I didn't send him a message or I didn't send him a trade other than the one from way long ago. He hopes he knows the correct answer to this, but it's intended to be Dynasty. I'm curious what pick has him asking that.
Yes, he is the.
He had Jaden Daniels. Maybe he thinks it's probably it's probably this guy.
The Stroud Saquon thing I told you, like, and with no second and fourth, he's gonna be down bad. Matter of fact, that's a perfect guy. If you go for the build where you're gonna draft all these injured guys, literally the perfect guy to like sell back his fourth for his 7th and his 1st next year.
Yeah, for sure. Let's look back to this. I could have. I wasn't here. Oh well. Let's look at a different guy. So now I have to go to a whole different. Well, so.
So back to this Debo thing, right?
Yeah.
If you look at it as a pure rental, outside of the 49ers deciding that Ayuk and Debo cannot coexist, and they've already paid Ayuk and they trade Debo, right? I think you can probably get the 2 seconds back at the draft. Like worst case, right? They'll be 26 instead of 20 instead of 25. And so like he's a guy who is who he is. He's not so old that he's in like the Keenan Allen, Mike Evans, drop off where he's going to lose a bunch of value. Right? He's 29. So I guess he'll be 30 next year. So he's a guy where I can send some mid-range capital for him, get some points for the rest of the year, turn on the off season, and he'll ostensibly be free. You might take a tiny haircut on it, but like that's where I view those kind of guys.
Yeah. I've been trying to buy Mike Evans all year, but it's stuck on this roster, who should be tanking, but he's starting like Cousins, Jamal Williams,
Franklin, love that.
Mike Evans, JMO, KJ Osborne.
Well, so
Gino.
does he have his own first?
He does.
Yeah. So like I know guys in like
this was our one orphan from the first year. So he took over a bad team for sure. Like and he didn't have his first, and he traded away like Gibbs to get his first back. And like it was more nuanced than that, but that was the bones of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he's got Devontae on his bench just because he's out. But like I've been trying to get Devontae and Evans off of my. I offered like a 25 first for the both of them, and got nowhere with that.
I can understand that because like again he only has so much, right?
Sure.
He's only got so many things that are worth anything to anybody, and it's like while I do want to get rid of both these players and I would like to get some draft capital back, it's like unless you're willing to pay full value for both, I can make more splitting them.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's by waiting as long as he has. I mean, at the beginning of the season, he was the shoe-in for the 101. He's currently sitting at the 103, and I don't think he can catch the 101. So like,
I think
it's a tough line to walk.
I said I got a couple leagues where I'm rebuilding, and like one of them, it is a race to the bottom.
Sure.
Like me and this other guy are like like horrible, so bad.
Yeah, I've got that league too.
But it's like looking at the draft class right now, I think I'm pretty comfortable with any of the first 3 picks.
Yeah.
Like I think they're all pretty even. So like I wouldn't go out of my way to like gut the team just to make sure I get one of those. Now,
Sure.
if you're this guy, right, and there's an off chance you might finish 4th, that's a problem.
For sure. Yeah, and then so let's look at I made a trade the other day. Let's see. So I just acquired Tank Bixby.
Yeah.
To do so, I traded away Kamara and the current 110. So if everything played out just based on records, it would be the 110.
So you gave Kamara and the late first.
Kamara on the late first
for Tank
Bigsby. This player's first, who he's 5-5 right now. He's currently 6th in the league. So call it mid. Tank Bigsby, his mid first and an extra 26 first on top. The same manager. So I got Bigsby and a first for Kamara, but there was also a pick upgrade in there of like maybe 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah, I mean, you need to do it this early in the year because, like you said, this guy who's 5-5, that pick might be 4th and it might be 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, if you wait, that clarity becomes clearer, and you may not get the value.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it from your perspective, where you expect to be, fighting for the championship, and who's more likely to give you a spike week in week 15, right? Because yeah, exactly. And it's like at some point the game is about winning the championship.
Sure.
Like being sustainable is good and all, but that sometimes it's like, was that a step too far? Like, is there someone in between here and there you could have went Kamara to?
Yeah, and I was trying to. I tried
the guy, but
so I tried initially for Kareem Hunt, and he was like, I'm holding on to Kareem Hunt," and I'm like, okay, understandable. So I countered with Bigsby, but I I took that 26 first, and I was like, okay, that's gonna be part of my reload. I'm gonna turn this into something more liquid but still producing. So I went to the Olave manager, and I offered like a 26 first for Olave, and he's like, yeah, it's not quite enough. Okay, fine. Like, and I was all, and so that's also why I went out and I was like trying to use like that 26 first plus the 227s to like acquire like 2 guys or something like that. This is a
Yeah.
league where like multi first deals happen all the time. Like to acquire AJ Brown cost me 3 26 firsts. To acquire CD Lamb cost me Kelsey Barkley in a 26 second. Just less bad, right, than 3 firsts.
Yeah,
Jettas.
and this is perfect like league economy stuff, right? Where it's like, you're telling me like traded this all for a first, and I'm like, oh my god, like that's so steep. But then it's like in that league, it's like, yeah, whatever, third first or whatever,
Right, because they just move so often. Jettas. This was a hell of a deal. So I gained Jettas, Collins, Fields, Pickens, a 26 second, and a 26 first. I gave up DJ Moore. This is pre rookie draft.
Yeah.
25 third and 3 24 firsts. And those 24 firsts were the 101, 102, and 105. So if we say Jefferson for 101,
Yeah.
we say Collins for 102. Maybe not at the time, but maybe now.
I think like Jefferson's worth more than the 101 and Collins isn't
Sure.
worth 102, but together, sure,
Yep. And then Pickens and Moore kind of cancel out. Agree?
Yeah.
Fields was a backup at the time.
Yeah.
And then so 26 first for 105.
Depending on the team.
A little bit
like,
harder to swallow.
Like at the draft, right, where you're looking at 105, like you're pretty sure you're getting Drake May, JJ McCarthy, Roma Dunze.
Sure. Yep.
Like depending on what your team needs are and how you feel about those guys.
Right. So it was, and then I mean we call it. So if we call 26 first for 25 or for 24 105, that leaves Fields for a 25 third. Right. We've canceled everything else out. So I mean, like a blockbuster deal. This one was like, I feel like fair-ish, right?
I think so. We traded Jettas to the draft too in one of my leagues, and I was part of it. I actually helped facilitate it, and it was a 3-way trade.
I think this one was too. I think it was too. It's God, it's so hard to find this stuff. I would have to scroll so far. I'll see if I can do it. Just start. Okay, we're at 6 months ago. Did I just nail it? Hold on.
There it is. Look at that.
That's a canceled trade. So let's scroll up.
Yeah.
Trade canceled. Trade completed. Here we go. Okay. I pretty much nailed it. I'm very impressed. Yeah. So we already saw my side.
Yeah.
This manager got DJ Moore, 101, 102. Oh, I don't remember what this first was. This wasn't. Oh, this is the 105. So we got 102, 104, 105, and 10 and 110. Okay.
Yeah.
Plus DJ Moore. So we got 4 rookie picks in DJ Moore. Gave up Jettas, T-Law, Collins, Khalil Herbert, George Pickens, Brian Robinson, 208, we'll call it. 26 second and a 24 third. How do you feel about that side? He gave up a lot, but this ended up being DJ Moore, Caleb Williams, Marv.
Marv and Neighbors.
And then he didn't get Neighbors. He did get Neighbors. He got Neighbors at 105 because Odunze went ahead of Neighbors in this league. But yeah, kind of crazy. And then so this guy got fleeced. He was the fish in this one. T-Law, Herbert, Robinson, 25 third, 24 second, 24 third, 24 first. Fields.
That first was
that was the 105. I didn't even remember this one going. This one would
Probably
have been
later.
10. Yeah, like it was like 106, 107. Where was it? Where did it come from?
Oh,
Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. No, but really, where did that come from? Oh,
yeah.
I had it. I had it.
Oh, all
So
right.
that was the 107, I want to say. So we got Fields.
Which looking back at it, like at the time of the draft, like a lot of people agree, like that's where the cutoff was, right? Right.
Mm,
It was the 3 wide receivers and the 4 quarterbacks. And then like that was the beginning of that next tier that was like BTJ, Worthy, Ladd, Jonathan Brooks. Like
okay.
looking back at it now, obviously BTJ, but he took Chase and Brown. He's always going to do that.
Yeah. But yeah, so we got Fields 24. He got rid of Fields, the 102, the 110, and a 26 first for this pile. So 107, some picks, Brian Robinson, T-Law. T-Law obviously was worth more at the time, but
Yeah, and this is where like he's making the bet where he just needs stuff. Like he just needs to try to like I guess split some of his assets and try to be stronger. Like that's like a win now type move.
yeah. And this is the
Like
team that ended up being
there was
0.
some talk at the draft, right? Like Herbert was potential to be the starter, right, on this new look team.
Yeah.
Like obviously Brian Robinson, because Gibson had left was going to be, the out and out starter for Washington. Trevor Lawrence, had fallen down some, but was definitely a Brian Robinson was definitely going to be T-Law, like hey, had fallen off a little bit, but was potentially still one of these top end starter, first round startup pick type guys.
Yeah.
So like I get it, right? Obviously, it hasn't really worked out for him, but
right. He's 0-10, and then the other manager in the deal. I'm 6-4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 6-4, and the other manager is 4-6.
Yeah, ours was a lot less elegant than that. Ours was so who was it? So 109 was on the clock.
Okay.
So the trade was, I give up Debo 204 and the 109. I was on the clock. I got back 113, a 25 first from like a mid, and a 25 second.
Okay.
The Jettis guy gave a second gave Jefferson in a second, and he got Debo 114, 204, and 109. So we got Debo 2 firsts and then a second swap. And the last guy got Jettis and gave 113, 114, and a 25 first.
It's cheap for Jettas, I think.
Yeah, so I mean that 25 first, like I said, is like mid.
Sure.
And so
I would pay
I
that
was
for
committing
Jettas
to a
in a heartbeat.
rebuild. I was committing to a rebuild, so I got rid of Debo, and I basically for getting out of Debo, I got a first, and then I did 2 pick swaps where I got like 4 or 5 slots ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, I want this.
It's brutal. We only made it through one round.
So there's a small chance we might get through this round. And I think once it starts picking up momentum, we might get through another one.
Yeah, yeah. But we have to like actually get everyone locked in. Like Now is the time we start like actually like tagging people. Here. I'm reticent to not finish tonight just because I know that if we don't, then it's gonna be like an all-day thing tomorrow.
I think it's one of those like we just got to get a poll up and agree on a time we'll all be on tomorrow night where we can still kind of go slow and limp along through the day. But like at some point tomorrow night, it's like, hey man, we got to set this to 60 seconds and just rip it.
Right. Okay, there we go.
Jordan Love that.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's great for you for sure. Yeah, it's a good pick though. I would understand not being all the way bought in on Marv if you're like trying to contend this year.
Yeah, like it's definitely a value play, right? Where, like this is like a perfect example where he's not so known, where he can definitely become up in that Jettis Chase, like upper tier, but he can also be AJ Brown, and he
Right.
can also be Garrett Wilson, or
Yep.
Chris Olave. Like he could just be another one of those Ohio State wide receivers.
Mm-hmm. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm gonna helmet scout a little bit heavier because like it cannot be a coincidence that we like 4 of the top like 15 receivers right now are LSU grads, and like
The
another
other
4
half from Ohio State.
another 4 of the Ohio State receivers are like all underperforming where they were thought to be.
Yeah.
Like you've got Olave and Wilson, who we thought were going to be the next Jettas, and neither of them are living up to that. You've got JSN, who we thought maybe would be maybe the next like Olave Wilson type, and he's not hitting that.
I think that if your team has an LSU wide receiver as your wide receiver 1 and an Ohio State wide receiver as your wide receiver 2, you're probably doing pretty well.
Right.
But if you try to build the team the other way around, you're not doing so hot.
Right. Shane just logged on. So now the only ones not on are Goat Child and Super Daddy, but Super Daddy sent me a message not long ago, and Hillbilly also did. So
He's on. We might be cooking here.
we might be. Oh, Goat Child's on. Yes.
Take AJ Brown. You want the stack. You want the stack, coward. Do it.
Part of the reason to do this, I don't know if I have the stones to go the injury route.
The only reason I even thought about it because like it's not a $150 or $200 league, right? It's a $50 league. It's like I can try something a little new.
Well, for me, it's like you're starting mid-season. You could just like,
well, this is the best time to do it because you're only committing for half a season. And like I said, like the guys you're getting at a discount. And other than Rice, right? They'll all play again this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, like most of
you
the
just have to like find a way into the playoffs.
Yeah, and like most of the risk you would take in this, like if you did this in the offseason, the players are in the same status, is like, well, none of them are long-term injuries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they've made great strides on these ACL, LCL type injuries. Well, we think Rice will come back and be who he is. Like you don't have you only have that question with him. Like you don't have that question with the other guys because they'll be back this year. It's a hamstring strain. Like that happens all the time. Oh. This is a bummer.
You taking Brown? You sad about it? You taking Puka? Taking Nico?
I want to take Nico, but also I'm like, maybe this is a Jahmyr Gibbs play.
Maybe. Is Gibbs the player or is it Hall?
I think that Rodgers doesn't play past this year. And so, I mean, like, just like going into a questionable offense, unless the reason that they fired Salah is because they know they're getting what's his name? Johnson, the OC from Detroit.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
God, I hope not. Well, I remember at the start of the season when we were all like, oh man, Kubiak is the next best thing. We're going to have Kubiak be a head coach next year. And now it's not looking that good for him.
God, it's because it's Slowick season, baby.
Mm-hmm. You're really deliberating over there.
I know. I'm literally caught between two people now. We'll do that one.
Mm-hmm. Thought that might happen. Jeez. Now what?
Exactly. Exactly.
You took my play, dude. Should I be like, I'm putting it on the block? No, I think that's enough of that.
Take your second next year and swap picks.
I have so much AJ Brown. I don't know why I just did that. I resent you for taking Nico.
Yeah. The problem is I just had I told myself if Marv was gone to take a running back, and I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Actually,
Yeah.
what I'd really done is I convinced myself that not only was I going to get Marv, but I was going to take Kyler and get the stack.
An interesting thought. Would I rather have Neighbors without any of the 3 extra picks? Or we'll call it Neighbors or Jettas, right? Neighbors or Jettas without any of the extra picks? Or Jettas without the 2-5 or the 4-8? Just have the 8-8? Probably Jettas and the 8-8 over Brown, right? Or over Brown and the 4-8. I guess it depends what that 4-8 ends up being.
I think you're going to be happy with what you did, honestly.
Yeah. I think you kind of saved me from myself, if I'm honest.
I mean,
I think I would have regretted starting a mid-season league and then going all injured players.
Think of it like this. you would have paid $100 buy-in, right? To have a team that like next summer that you would have had 4 first-round picks in.
Yeah.
Like the whole point was punting this year.
Right.
And you
Right.
would and you get 3 guys who were back end first half startup guys. And right, you'd probably get again one of the top 3 2025 picks. So like you're in that, Tet, GD kind of range.
Yeah. I'd love to get Tet. I want to get Tet in every league. I regret not drafting more neighbors in Marv. The only league I had the option to, I traded away 101, 102, and 105, and 107. I traded away like 4 first round picks in this draft.
Like I said, I mean, it's one of those where in looking back at how poor the 2023 draft was, right? Then like all we hear all year is that 2024 is better. And then it happens and you're like, is it really better or are we just coping because 23 was so bad? And it turns out the 24 draft was pretty good. And now like that whole like cycle is starting again. And everybody's talking about, well, the 25 draft's gonna be better than the 24 draft.
Yeah, it's just always like that.
But the difference is like the quarterbacks in the 24 draft, like
we're much better.
Much, much better.
Yeah.
And the 26 draft is not looking overly good for quarterbacks. But the 27
but no one was saying no one was saying Jaden Daniels or JJ McCarthy or like last year this time the only people who were on our radar were Caleb and Drake May. So
I'd agree with that. But at the same time, like we're seeing this again, right? Like Cam Ward is going to be a first round pick.
Yeah.
Right. And it's the same thing. It's like, oh, he's just Jaden Daniels 2.0. He's going to win the Heisman. He's going to come out of nowhere, 5th-year starter, like one of those type things.
Should I try and get Super Daddy-O's 3rd rounder since he wouldn't do my 2nd? The question is for what? I would like to buy back in. If I'm going this route, I want to go the other direction. I should actually go in.
Yeah, you want to scrunch, right? So like you want to take out of the first, gain capital, and then use it to get back into the 2nd and 3rd, right? That's where the sweet spot is.
Yeah. So let's see. Daddy-O's not going to give up his 3rd. Let's see if I can talk to. Let's maybe Ruiner. Let's see if Ruiner's game. 211. And we'll give him the 408 and the 808. That's not nearly enough. 408 and the 508. Does that look? It's so hard to do startup values. Would the 211 for 408 and 508 is that an insulting offer?
All right, so let's look at this. So ADP, so
the ADP's all scuffed, but yeah.
Well, no, so I'm looking at that's the wrong. I want this one. 3rd round reversal, startup, rookies, this thing. Come on. All right. So the South Harmon ADP for a 12-team 3rd round reversal, right? Late 2nd, you're looking at Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, Kyron, that type.
Mm-hmm.
And the 4th and 5th, like late 4th, was it late 4th, late 5th?
Yep.
That's in the Jalen Waddle and Zay Flowers type. So like structure a deal that way. So like I said, I mean, I view like that 4th round as like the end of what I would trade a 25 first for.
Sure.
So again, you're in that like Waddle, Debo, Ayuk kind of sphere. and the end of the second, like that's like a first plus type.
Try this. Probably will regret doing this. We'll see if he bites. Come on, Shane. You're killing me. They got declined, I think. It just disappeared.
Insta decline.
Yeah. Did you see what I sent?
No, what was it?
It was his 2 and 3 for the 408 and a 26 first. So basically 2 4s ish. Which, yeah, in hindsight, that was a terrible trade. Why did I send that?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, this is the same thing we were talking about when we were trying to do our trade. It's like, okay, if I take that, I'm committing myself to rebuilding.
Right. That's a hard mentality to get into in this one. Are you rebuilding?
What I do with it depends on what's there at 3, and that'll decide the direction we go.
Mm-hmm. Which means you're not going to offer 3 until you see what's there.
Yeah.
Come on, Shaney boy.
I think the other thing you can do with kind of the picks you have is now you have an anchor wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Is again, now we're back into the war again.
I did not see that coming.
You know what? that was another guy who was like on the radar for my pick, but I'm like, nah, it's too early. Like,
yeah,
that could just be a portfolio play where he didn't get enough in this year's draft because we didn't know kind of what he was.
Yeah.
And now that we know, he's like, oh, I gotta up the portfolio.
And it's easier than trading for him.
Yeah. Same thing with Nate. It's like first wide receiver off the board. Is he the wide receiver 1? Probably not, right? But how else are you ever going to get him?
Right.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, so back to the warp, right? So in your position where you have a win now wide receiver and a bunch of picks in this range, the warp will tell you that right now the running backs are outpacing the wide receivers.
Yep. So I was just looking at it, like, I don't want to take Drake London here, and I don't really want. Puka's not a bad value, but he's not going to play soon. Well, so, he'll play eventually, but
yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of picks between here when you go again, but if you can get back up into this, I definitely think that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to quarterback, you're in the Baker Goff type, and then deal with it in the off season.
Oh, I could still get Kyler probably in the 4th round if the right things are going. We'll see. We have 2 different philosophies divided right down the 6-7 line.
Look at that. Shane says this is my war draft. He's just gonna draft by war. I get it.
The tight end one seems like the biggest advantage. Shane sniped me. Unlucky. I'm curious. So in the draft chat, you failed me. Said he knew what Shane was going to pick.
Like I said, I mean, like based off of who was available with his first and who he took, I could see him going this route.
Sure. Super Daddy and Hillbillies is just driving me nuts. Hillbillies is like in the chat talking. Am I up? Am I up?
Hold on. No, Nathan's still on the clock.
Gotcha. I just heard your phone buzz, so I was curious.
Yeah, it was the one of the other chats.
Yeah.
It's one of those. I'm starting to get into be in too many leagues to have all the like league chats
Notifications.
notifications.
Yeah. Yep. I hear that. I'm
Another
too
way to-
OCD to turn it off though.
It
Otherwise, I'll
is.
just forget. Yeah.
I'll be in meetings and my phone will be going crazy, and everyone thinks it's because like I got a bunch of work stuff going on, and really it's like my chat's arguing about some stupid shit.
Something stupid. Yeah. Always inevitable. But yeah, so I teach tennis professionally as
Yeah,
like my job.
Yeah.
So I just most of the time my phone stays in the pro office. So I'm like in my watch will get the notifications, but I don't have my I don't have my watch set up with service, so it only works when I'm a certain distance from my phone.
Okay,
So
yeah.
a lot of the times I don't get the notifications either. So it's like it's kind of the perfect setup. But because I'm far enough away from my phone often enough that I'm not like getting distracted by it a ton. Although it's not foolproof. Sometimes I get like too close to the pro office and it'll go off.
And then of course it's gonna sync everything at once.
Yep. And so my wrist has a seizure for a second.
Exactly.
Hmm.
All right, he's logged into the thing. He's probably about to make his pick.
He's been logged in.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you end up reaching out and see what he wanted for it?
Nathan?
Yeah.
I did not. Shane is sad he didn't move up.
Just chuck him something real quick.
You gonna try and get it?
No. Hey,
There's bullies. Come on, Super Daddy. Oh, come on. You log in. I'm gonna hit go. Even though because these guys on the other end have all made a pick in the last 15 minutes. I feel like that's a really early Jordan Love. I'm looking at it. He's probably the best like balance between producing and dynasty value left on the board, other than maybe Kyler.
I don't know. It could be buying low and A rich.
He could be. Yeah, but he'd have to turn it around. I suppose that's a given. Man, Scott A did not like my trades. Sad. 105 for 108 and 808, 108 for 205 and 408.
I think it's one of those that if you just give it as context, is like I gave 105 and I got 205, 408, and 808, rather than splitting the 108 in the middle, like
Sure,
in
yeah.
total. And
Yeah,
then I think another thing, it's like once it's like drafts have context, right? And so it's like when you go back and put names in like brackets of players who were available.
sure. So you get outscored by Mike Gesicki. Love that. Man, I really thought this was going to be the way for me to increase my Nico Collins shares. But I traded with Shane in our other league, and I was trying to get Nico after he got injured.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth for 4 hours on this trade. But we ended up arriving at where's Nico? We ended up arriving at Nico, Wandale, and a 27 third for Lamb and Madison.
Nico,
Wandale.
Wandale, and a third for Lamb and Madison.
Yeah. And people in
The
chat
third
were
for Madison. The third for Madison is like flat. Like that's about right.
Yeah.
And then Nico and Wandale for Lamb. So depending on how many starters.
It's start 10, I think. Hold on.
Yeah, I think in a start
1,
10.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Probably prefer Lamb in a start 10.
Yeah, it's
Like I look at it like Wandale is like definitely like fringe flex. Like he's not an everyday starter type. You know?
Sure. Yeah, my big thing was I just don't have any. I don't have any Nico. And I have some Lamb in other leagues too, so I felt okay with it. BTJ, wow, over some of the players that are here, that's insane. Actually, should I take Rashid Shaheed? No, we won't be that spicy.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
I would be playing the format.
Listen, he's gonna get drafted, and somebody's gonna be like, "What is going on?" And you're like, "You didn't read the rules, man." Because like, it's
Should I reply to Shane's war draft comment with Shaheed next pick?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not going to influence the people who are going to do it regardless of whether I say it. And the people that aren't going to do it are not going to. Okay, Super Daddy-O, on the clock.
I do love that.
Still using discretion. The BTJ pick is a choice. I don't hate it, but it's certainly a choice.
It's an interesting guy to pair with Burrow.
It is. I can't believe I took Gibbs. I'm gonna be like that every pick. I'm gonna be like, why did I do that? Change player. Can you imagine? Okay, everyone's in.
You haven't picked yet. You just change it up.
Just get everyone to rage quit.
Yeah. Uh-oh, here it comes. See, you got in first. This is the move. Now
Yeah.
we're gonna start going running backs.
We'll just kind of speed up incrementally. We'll go from 10 to.
We shouldn't have to. Like I said, we shouldn't have to. Hit the button too much because like everybody's here. It should go pretty quick. But
Yeah. Just see if everyone else is going from 10 to 5. But I'm still not turning off the auto pick thing.
That makes sense to me.
But it does give people a little bit of urgency. If I see all the green lights here for a bit, we'll go really in on it. Lamar Kyler is such a good QB room in this league. It's a very good QB room. I think that's the last of the top 12 for QBs for this format. 6, 7, 8. That was QB 9 off the board.
Yeah, like there's definitely a tier break at this point.
Yeah. Kale's probably the only one left you probably even consider to be almost in that tier.
Well,
And
again,
that's
how do you feel
more
about
based off
A-Rich?
of his value. Yeah.
It's like, how do you feel about A-Rich? Like, is that guy still in
Yeah.
there? Other than that, you're in the we're in that statue passer, which again, we're in a 6-point touchdown, but with a PPC.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but team injury might be coming to my team.
Yeah, you should. If Puka's still there at 3-4.
I have to if he's still there.
Leave auto pick off and speed it up.
I can also understand where in a third round reversal, like if you're at this point, like these guys are probably viewing, like you look at the back half of the draft, right, where the picks are going,
Mm-hmm.
where there's only 2 quarterbacks out of those back 6 teams. It's like if
They're gonna start
you
going off the board for sure.
yeah, it's like if you don't want to be starting and relying on, the Daniel Jones types,
Right.
like you got to do it now. And you're like, it feels horrible. Like Ruiner is sitting here being like, Caleb and A-Rich here feels bad, man. But
Yeah.
guess what? If you want any sniff of them, you got to do it now.
Mm-hmm. But it only benefits us for him to do that.
Oh yeah.
Because then he's just chasing a loss, right? And leaving more of the skill position players over here.
Yeah, I mean, is it easier to go get, Caleb Williams type production, right? Even long term, or get a Puka Brees type who's available right now.
Puka, Brees, London, Wilson, McCaffrey, Hill, JT, Olave, ETN.
I wonder where Tyreek's gonna go.
It's a great question. He should go on your team.
He's a little too rich unless you fall super far. But Jalen Waddle's definitely in the range of possibilities.
Sure, yeah. There's Caleb.
Yeah.
You spoke it into being.
He is.
I'm going to speed it up some more.
Down bad.
Speed it up to
3's fine. 2's aggressive because like by 2 you can't even log into the app if you're not immediately in it.
Yeah. I think auto draft is still off, so.
What's really interesting, honestly, the most interesting part of the starting at midseason isn't so much the fact that there's players injured and changing some player values. It's that the variance is so much higher because there's only 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Before playoffs or whatever it's
right.
gonna be, right? So
you better smash.
you don't have a chance to play everybody. So like
Yeah.
based on whoever you randomly get selected, like bye weeks are
Right.
gonna matter way more. Like everything is just way heavier.
Yeah. Which is why I feel great about my AJ Brown, Jameer Gibbs start.
Exactly. It's like
They're two of my two top picks. Both had their buys already.
yeah. And it's one of those things like you're not like you wouldn't think about. And it is short term, right? It's for this season only.
Right.
Like my first round pick is on bye this week. So like I'm not getting any points
Yep.
this Sunday.
Yep. Your first two aren't playing.
Yeah, I got 0 points so far for this week. Feels
Yep.
good. And that trend may continue.
There's
There goes
Puka.
Puka. Great pick. I love that for him.
Does that change what you want? I mean, are you gonna go Rice at 3-4? Or are you gonna pivot and not lean in?
What's available? Said London's still a possibility, but
I'm curious if I get one of the two players I want at 3-5. Or not at 3-5. I'm at 3-8. Damn it. Probably won't get what I want.
time to hit up Tyler again.
Tyler. If that's not the direction he wants to go, though. It worked the first two times. Man, that 5 a.m. wake up's gonna hit hard. I've done worse though. My job is easy. It's just physical. London.
All right.
Sweet. Staley already did it for me. Love it.
It's always nice when the guy who picks then posts it.
Yeah. I mean, all the people in the middle are hanging out in the room.
Where's the draft again? This one.
I might be interested in moving up to 3-4 from 3-8, if that's something that interests you.
Yeah, it does at this point.
I'll let you know after Goat Child picks. Let's talk about the structure of that deal. What would you want it, or what would you want as the plus to the 3-8?
Something mid-round swap-ish, I think.
Okay, so like we could switch 8-8 and 8-9, not good enough probably. How about would you do like 10-5 for 10-8 as the plus?
No, like that's
Same round. It's
that's too flat in there. Like once you get down here, it's like round swaps.
yeah. Well, there goes one of the two that I was thinking about. See if the other one goes. Do you want a round swap?
Hold on, I'm trying to cook something up over here.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it's better if you do it, because then if the player I want is still there, I can just hit accept. AJ has a Brees Hall crush. That's funny. Anyone tag Goat? Come on. Tag Goat. You were talking about Laporta at 3-4 for a bit.
Yeah. But does it fit the team construction now is the question. Now we went with Collins.
Yeah, Collins being gone the next, 3 weeks minimum hurts a lot more.
4, right? Because it's 4 minimum because he played last week.
Did he play last week? I thought he was out.
He got injured on the long touchdown.
Okay.
He scored that bomb and pulled the hammy.
Got it. I feel like the fantasy season slows down. It feels like an age ago.
Yeah.
Probably don't need to trade up for the player I'm thinking of, but who knows? Let's see what you want for the plus, and that'll make it easy. Oh, never mind. Cool.
Oh, they drafted?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Figures. Oh well.
It's a good pick. Like I said, it fits what you were trying to do.
Yeah. Makes the rest of my life harder though.
All right.
I just go the other way.
Where am I? There's the list. Yeah. We'll do that.
Good pick. You think he takes his first wide receiver here? Stroud, Barkley, and
It'd be interesting if he goes something different because he doesn't pick again for another 2 rounds.
yeah. Maybe he reaches on ADP because he feels like he has to get that player. If he's super player takey.
Well, exactly. It's like I think the war tells him he should try to figure out who the running back 7 is. But
yeah.
Like Jonathan Taylor, but he's out this week, right? So Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, that's probably the right answer if you're going still somewhat young.
Right?
There's an argument for Demo. Demo or Kenneth Walker?
Demo would be disgusting.
Kenneth Walker's a lot younger. Kenneth Walker's RB8 on the year. And Demo is RB13. So everything points to Walker being above Demo.
How about this? If he picks Demo, I'm gonna give him my 4th for his first for next year.
Yeah, that's reasonable. It's crazy how quickly we got out of the range of wide receivers I'm really interested in.
This is what I was saying before, though, with the tiers, right? So there was a tier break at our pick in the 2nd round.
Yep, for sure.
Just like we got the beginning of that next tier. And then kind of once the wide receivers went, it's kind of this is just, you feel bad.
A lot of that second tier of receivers got gutted this year, though. Like Nico started in the 2 and now he's at 1. But like Puka, he's did the reverse. He was a 1, now he's a 2.
Oh, actually,
London,
I have this up still. So
London, Wilson, Olave, Hill, all in that range. Normally, Waddle.
so DK, Odunze, if you feel like that, Ayuk.
Oh, I didn't turn auto on. Hold on. Sorry. What in the? I did not turn auto on. It should not be on. Again, I did not turn auto. Did he turn auto on?
Make sure to add him. Make sure he knows he's up.
Oh, he has to be turning it on manually. Because it's just him. Is he really auto drafting from the 3rd round? Like I can't turn auto off for him. You know what I mean? Because it did the CPU like override. What the heck? You see this, right? I've turned it off 3 times. It keeps on turning it back on. See if I can do it from in here. Oh, wrong one. Just see draft and oh, that's the run. League settings, draft settings. It's turned off there.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you weren't there the whole time.
No.
I don't I keep on going in here and I turn off auto pick and I hit update, right? Draft update saved. I click out of here. If I go back in, oh, if I go back in, it's back on.
Does the draft have to be paused to check the change?
Maybe, but it didn't make me do that when I changed the timer. Let's see if I can here, pause draft, draft settings, update, resume draft. See if that did anything.
I mean, he's online, right? I mean,
yeah, he should theoretically make his pick. I don't know why he's making me go to all this trouble for him. Okay, good. That seems to have worked. It's very interesting seeing the auto and the time's up on the same screen, though.
yeah, because he timed out before.
Yeah. It is midnight.
It's all right. Nothing some coffee can't fix in the morning.
Something like that. There's certainly no way we're finishing tonight at this point, especially because people keep on taking their full time and then waiting beyond that.
It's also 30 rounds. I mean, it's going to be legit.
Right. Even if we were all like locked in.
I like that even at 30 seconds, right? It's still 6 minutes a round.
Yeah.
So you're only doing 10 rounds an hour.
It's crazy.
At 30 seconds. So
Yep. you think he just like left it open on his computer and walked away?
Could have.
The really gross thing to do would be to draft an old running back right here. Draft like a Kamara or a Henry.
That's one of those like, well, Henry maybe, but like Kamara, that's like a 6th or 7th round pick. I think that's like, people aren't going to be fixated on those, getting those kind of points.
Mm. Okay. I'm probably gonna just call it for the night. Let's get these draft settings adjusted. We're gonna do 1 hour slow draft auto pause from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. Who cares? People can still pick during that time. No CPU auto pick. Update. Okay. All right. Well, it's been good hanging out with you.
Yeah, man. Likewise.
Yeah. All right. I will catch you later.
Take it easy, brother.
See ya.
Later.